Hello, everybody. Welcome on back here to CCT North America. We are in season number 2, and we're in series number 4 here so far in NA. Looking forward to carrying forward in the action. We're back here once again. It's me, Exner, Vincent alongside me. We got some exciting best of threes to carry us forward after we finished up, kind of the first round of action. Now we're looking to see how some of the rosters are going to do bouncing back from that position or, building into this Swiss stage so far.
Yeah, I think we kind of set our sights on sort of expectations relatively met for those first round of Swiss games. Some close ones that you and I got to look at. Thinking back to Kraken and Regain as one in particular. But otherwise, I think we got out the winners that we kind of anticipated to. And so now I think we get down in the weeds, get deep into the dirty work, if you will, of this one. And a couple of best of threes, particularly our first one tonight, that I'm actually super pumped to get started with, and that's Tsunami versus Kraken. A little later on, we're going to get Aether and Lotus FE as well. So I think two matchups that have a lot to kind of discuss, but some with some clear, defined storylines, others less so.
Absolutely. I mean, the biggest question we're going to look at tonight is who wins, a Tsunami or a Kraken. That's a big question that we are still yet to answer. I was discussing this a little bit earlier, but, a Tsunami is a little useless against a Kraken because, one big wave, a Kraken could just swim inside of it, but also a Tsunami can wash up a Kraken on land. And what's the Kraken going to do when you do that? So there's a lot of questions need to be answered tonight of who's going to win. Is it going to be the Tsunami? Is it going to be the Kraken? The battle of the sea, if you will, and looking forward to seeing who's going to come out on top.
Yeah, and well, it is perfect actually, because we got Poseidon in the server as one of the newest members of this Tsunami roster. Sort of fitting as you set that up. I also want to say drop is not on. That is not. There we go.
There we go.
Okay. All right. We got it figured out. Yeah, wrong, different guy. North American drop, that is. This is a roster, man, that I'm actually a fan of. The leadership that Cajun has provided has continued to build this despite losing Fruit Cup to Boss in the middle of last season. I think that this is a roster that, kind of felt like it still had some weight behind it, and it absolutely still does. The continuation of this core, picking up Poseidon, another AWP player that has a lot to prove, has been showing some really great form through 2024 on Detonate and on Limitless, but has had some consistency issues. I think this is the perfect chance for him to kind of get some more reps under Cajun, just as an example. I love this Tsunami roster, and glad to see him back, in the scene as well under the Tsunami banner.
Yeah, and bringing in some big firepower, like you said, kind of this core of a roster has been able to bring a lot of talent into the scene. They've been able to develop a lot of talent, so it's exciting to see them get a little love back and not have to do the development of Poseidon, knowing that he's kind of a known quantity, knowing that out of the gates he's going to give you a certain level of efficiency with that AWP. That's something that they can really use here in the future, and I think if you're talking about Tsunami bouncing back into this Swiss stage, I definitely think this is a good opportunity. But unfortunately for them, in this 0-1 side of the bracket here, they've not only had to take on Might, who's a pretty experienced, established squad here. It really came to benefit them in the late game versus Tsunami. Now they got to take on another tough team in Kraken here on the 0-1 side of things. So really no easy pathway forward as we can take a look here. We got Juice Boy and Sauce Boy on the same team. Always fun to see that there. And obviously this is a roster that dropped out in kind of a disappointing fashion. I think for them, I thought they had a little bit more fight, and end up taking a tough loss there. That was the only 3 mapper that I actually watched that went to 3 maps. I think there was one forfeit endeavor that ended up being a 2-0 technically, but overall, I think that this roster had a lot of fight in them, and it came down to some map pool stuff out of the gates. I think it came down to testing their depth, and I was really pleasantly surprised to see that this roster does have a lot going for it when it comes down to their veto and their map pool. Even though they didn't pick up the best of 3 victory in the 3 mapper, I think that it could have gone either way at the end of it when they were pulling off that massive comeback.
Yeah, and a team that honestly throughout that best of three that you and I got to watch showed that they were never out of games. Definitely still had chances despite being down early in a lot of these scenarios. Um, Made it very competitive and or like you said, just about but not quite able to pull that one back across the line. Building on what has been success in advanced over the last few seasons, they made their way into advanced and then immediately essentially making it into top 16 last season. And they've continued to kind of put that experience and pushing themselves up further in that way. I was excited on an individual level. I thought that we saw a lot actually from both Juice Boy and Sauce Boy in the clutch is what I remember in particular. And I think that as much as it was maybe a slower start for Zoker in that round of one game, really came to do some heavy lifting towards the end of it. All of that, I think, positive signs with that solid map pool that Kraken showed out, which leads us into the veto, right? They were very much okay with Mirage last time out. That's what they looked to pick through, and that's something that, if I recall correctly, I don't think Tsunami usually is going to be banning. So with that, I'm curious to see kind of where that leaves us, but it is going to be a nuke ban for the Kraken side of things. The question now is Train on the first round of bans? Oh, it is.
Rats. I'm disappointed. Still yet to see Train in NA so far. Seen it a couple times in Blast and some of that action, but no one's been willing to pick into it or, you know, not ban it and leave it to a decider. But Mirage, as you kind of brought up there, is what we're going to be seeing out of the gates. That leaves Ancient as the pick open for Tsunami in return. And then now here, like, knowing what these two rosters have shown, I definitely expected that Inferno second, and it seemed like Kraken didn't really have a lot fighting for them on Inferno. It felt like their CT sides were very vulnerable. I expect Anubis to be left to the decider in this matchup here, and that's what we're going to see here at the end of the day. Not a big surprise seeing the comfort of this veto, and again, being able to bring in not only a nuke ban Kraken, but also that second phase Inferno ban. Gives me a lot of confidence that they'll be looking a lot better throughout the grand scheme of this series.
Yeah, I also think that Anubis makes a lot of sense when you look at Tsunami. Obviously not under this banner, but when they were Final Form last season, that was a map that they felt at home on, was Anubis. So if we get to that third, I think both Kraken and Tsunami going to be feeling that comfort that we've started to get to know from them. I think, you know, coming into this one, I think generally speaking, I would put Tsunami as like the slight favorites here, but not by some wild margin. And I think after the veto, I'm still in that same boat where Tsunami come into this and they've shown a lot. They also just, I mean, this core of Fire Drop, Cool Comms, and Cajun, they've been together for a while now. I mean, it's been a bunch of seasons. I think that they've been in playoffs too for like basically the whole time they've been together. Um, yeah, since season 50, and they've been making nice runs into playoffs. It's a good team that has had a lot of time to kind of figure things out.
Yeah, and I think that IGL, that leadership aspect there from Cajun definitely goes undervalued in the scene in terms of the players that have once worked underneath him. He's been around the block for a long time now, since I've started casting, so it's always good to see him being able to bring through rosters that are succeeding, and also now be a team that can prioritize talent and say, hey, like, I want to go and play with this core of a roster, you know, this Final Form team, because I know that this can lead to, you know, maybe stepping stones in my career, or just building in a project that you know is already going to be ready to go out of the gates. And I think that's what you definitely get out of this, you know, Tsunami squad versus, again, I'm with you, kind of the underdogs in this matchup. I like the veto, I like the maps that they're working with here, but you're talking about still dealing with such a developed quantity in Tsunami that is going to be challenging, and that big piece of a change that they make here, I think, is just very talented in general. And Poseidon, it's not going to be an easy fight for them at all.
Yeah, I'm also like really happy to see them continuing to move forward. Colcoms has at times been the primary AWP player for this team, but I always felt like it wasn't like bad, but it just was, I mean, uninspired maybe would be the right word, and that feels maybe a little unfair to Cool Comms, but it's like been fine, but nothing big, and they moved away from that. They brought Hunter in last season, He's moved away, but bringing in another primary opper, I think unlocks Cool Comms a lot more. I've been a fan of him on the rifle too. So as we jump into map one, I think that Tsunami putting themselves in good positions, and I think that goes back to what they've been good at is building a team that makes sense, both firepower but also like role wise. They've been doing that for a couple of seasons now, which is why it's been so easy to kind of cheer for them. But they've got an up-and-coming squad in Kraken on the other side.
Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to it there. It felt like Coolcom's on that T side with his rifling. When I was watching him last time, had just a lot of initiation, a lot of impact there. So I'm definitely a big fan of him being able to aggress with the rifle in certain aspects. So we'll see how he holds off in the defense now. Getting tested early on by Juice Boy, who cracks it open with the pistols and chasing down in towards CT. Coolcoms will be blasted by the Glock as well. So numbers already punched in. They hold the line for CT, but there's a lot of people swinging into the corner into Poseidon's USP, and he sidelines quick 3. Chasing down this kill now. They are terrified of Poseidon swimming around that corner there, chasing Juice Boy out of this round down low, and he will find him. Kill connected on. It's Shyrex in the back of the site trying to defend for his life. Finally shuts down Poseidon, has some sort of tool to take care of him. Time running low as well as Shyrex continues to buy time. He's going to save this round from the brink, but we get off to a very fiery start here.
That we do. Not quite able to complete that is Fire, but Poseidon with 4 kills, and that too is just a standout play from him. It's unfortunate that that doesn't give them the round. This is where things start to go wrong. Honestly, can't even really talk too much about things that Kraken did incorrectly there. Some unfortunate spacing where he's going to line up a few. That being said, Shyrax, nicely done, as he will ensure that that doesn't go as wrong as it could have beforehand. Tsunami are looking at USPs in this round for the majority. Deagle, though, for Cool Comms, it's the one upgrade they've got to work with.
So you got to get a little something going. Connector as well, so you should get some contact here. Very common that teams like to work up, ladder. Very common that teams like to work up catwalk on these sort of plays. Look at this. Huge stack being offered up. Everyone caught by the flashbang. Only a single kill out of Juice Boy, but a lot of information gathered. And now they're kind of contained, trapped into the corner here. They will fight their way out with Poseidon picking open that AK in his hand. Anything extra that Poseidon could get would be massively valuable. But boxed in. Too many at task here. Kraken going to go up to a nice, comfortable 0-2.
I don't know about the comfortable part. Comfortable maybe on that round, not so much on round 1. Looking good though. A little bit of a breath of fresh air when you're talking about the back and forth of pistols. Is walking away with something relatively good, relatively standard in round 2. They are very fast. They want to head out towards A immediately and drop. Didn't even actually swing, just a little bit of a face showing, and he goes down. Got some support in the form of Cajun. They in connector, and Coolcoms, who's been brought low. Oh my goodness, Tanner! He grabs one before going down from the side. He's got 3. Does Juice Boy to contend with against this 1v3? It's not even gonna get started.
Yeah, they don't give him a chance. They're really, you like the idea of watching that jump up position, trying to make that work, but the way that they just systematically box him into a corner, not let anything slide there. Tsunami, despite a scary start, stabilized very quickly. The quick reactions and rotations between Coolcoms and Cajun to kind of save that. Through connector, good looks and quick reactions are something that they will need here, depending on how much speed Kraken have to their T side. See out of the gates there once they get the guns out. Very fast play towards Palace, trying to get them off guard. Try to wake them up a little bit, but they've now realized here that Tsunami is wide awake to start off this game.
Different look at a Kraken after that loss in the last round. They put the Deagle out front, and Sauceboy picks it up. Wukong's gonna have to fight his way out, and fight he will with Poseidon's support up from the window. He'll eventually go down, but that's no big deal. You know exactly where this final man is located. Chirax's position known. And another 1v3. Clutch after clutch asked of Kraken, it seems.
What a flashbang to seal it. Oh man, swinging out there with the combo effort, making sure that things really can't go too far south. That's a kind of surprising factor for me. I mean, you look at this, the way that this round starts off, this is the mid setup kind of collapsing. I assume they wanted a flash peek top middle, but a little disruption from that Deagle and a quick headshot. But that lineup that happened right there into the mix, and I think it really denied the trade potential. So you just see Cajun able to fire up with that AK. Protection from the AWP from Poseidon, and sort of positioning is very valuable. USP here for Poseidon. That's one way to hold the A side.
Yeah, I mean, he's feeling incredibly confident right now as Poseidon. And I mean, he's had some crazy impact in these last couple of rounds, hitting the instance every time he's been in position to take a kill. He's gotten it. And of course, that pistol round will definitely help, even if it doesn't equal a win at the end of the day. A little slow down for Kraken. Trying to get themselves into the B site eventually, but for the time being, left to sit behind a smoke. But as that starts to fade away, they'll creep up, trying to put these Deagles to good use. It's Juice Boy right behind Tanner. Play with one first and foremost. Now Cajun can get involved in a crossfire as Coolcoms arrives on scene and make this very difficult to break apart. Hold on a second. That P250 is fantastic. It's two. Bomb available to get planted down as Poseidon tries to climb back in, but Poseidon knocked out of the round. Leaves drop into the clutch. A 1v2 this time in Tsunami, who has to make that move. Drop, catches Juice Boy, and he'll find Sauce as well. Tsunami able to stand the test of time in that anti-eco, but it got way closer than it ever should have been. So much damage that Kraken were able to pick up with just a couple of upgraded pistols. That's to beg the question, what sort of economy they'll have to fall back on? The answer is, well, not all that much. Down to a 1v2 that Drop picks up. Ultimately, it will continue to move Tsunami forward. Winning ways are staying the same.
Still counting up that round count at the moment. And another aggressive mid duel there. Coolcoms goes and pokes his head over the corner to see what's up. And the answer is an AK waiting, but not a lot of overcommitment. You can see that this setup is being assembled. One player watching underpass op, first point of contact alongside that catwalk position, so this setup usually good for some serious damage if you're walking in dry, but missed op shot's not going to help them, and what a transfer from Juice Boy. Instant 3K, and that setup collapses. Every right to shake his head. Yes, that is a beautiful sequence right there. Tanner alongside him. As Firelift just scratching his head, nothing to save the day, trying to sneak through the murder hole, but that's not going to slide. Crack through the mid side of that setup. That is unreal from Juice Boy.
I just don't honestly understand what, like, how he's so confident taking those duels early and mid. And I mean, I guess we see right there sort of the reasoning why, but he continues to get away with that. Tsunami gonna have to find some options to shut it down. And that success, that does so much more than just give you mid that one round. It sets a tone it allows for, something we saw a lot last time that Kraken played Mirage was, Tanner's effectiveness kind of playing off of the mid presence out at A. How consistently he was able to have impact in that area of the map. Well, a dominant round like that, where the CTs have no chance in mid, it starts to set that in their heads that that's what they're going to be dealing with.
Ooh, what about working with USPs to answer back here? 3 kills. The op goes to try and trade.
What?
But he drops. What is happening? He's
swinging that with a pistol?
Well, they have pistols too, right? So of course, it's pistol v pistol, but mine's stronger and I have armor. That's maybe what they thought there. Unfortunately, not quite the case in practice. And Tanner, he's not going to be able to see either one of them. So game of timing, as Cajun does take a lot of his HP down. But you're going to have that false sense of security. Oh, never mind.
What?
Cajun just re-peeks him on the fly, dinks him, and eliminates him from the round entirely. So my mistake, my apologies. No mind gaming there, just straight shooting. And if you ever wanted to get your confidence back in terms of maintaining control of middle, well, winning it with USPs is the best way to do that.
I mean, such a simple setup for Tsunami that works so beautifully. And then this is the North American Counter-Strike we know and love. So many times there, that re-swing from Cajun is absurd, but even before that, the swing from top mid with the pistol. Either way, Tsunami get a massive W. Tanner's made a lot of noise here. Yeah, I was about to say, he gives that very clear. He's present and accounted for towards Palace side, and I think he's paid the ultimate price, unfortunately, for doing that.
Ooh, there's some shoulder seen. Scandal in the window. But Cajun shuts down the catwalk approach in just a pretty forward-facing angle. Just seems like there's a lot of different flowing ideas right now for the side of Kraken. It's all about where the end goal is now, but they're just taking hits piece by piece, getting knocked down lower and lower.
I mean, it's simple or complicated. The win con being mid. Tsunami catching a whole lot of success both in that area and elsewhere in the last 2 rounds. 3v5 is where they're going to claw back from. I mean, this is the position that you need to be to do that if you're Kraken. A lot of space to work with, but trying to get this bomb down, it's going to be difficult. Actually get into these post plants correctly, especially as the walls close in.
It's a great trade position as well. You still see that late peek through from drop. He knew he was hit there. Seems like Kraken knew he was there, but there's nothing you could do about a position that effective. And Poseidon able to finally slide through CT. 10 and 5 here. Started it off with a bit of a fiery 4K at the opening of the pistol, where you just get to see his efficiency early on. But now this opping is just available for some consistent help in mid defenses, and available in these retakes now as well. And the positioning coming through from this Tsunami squad, very effective to keep them at bay. These boys rocking the scout though. They want to give this a little oomph. Some armor and deagles, I believe, to be backed up alongside it. So not completely eco here, but giving themselves some tools to work with and seeing if they can sneak some damage downrange.
And actually, I was thinking maybe gonna be pretty effective, but no. This boy's on the other side of the map with this AWP. He's caught out in the open. Drop, handling business. Drop! He catches Tanner through the smoke. That's so devastating for Tanner, who can't find any breaks in this map. Anyway, Shatterx won't get a lot of time to try and work that deagle either.
Not a chance. Taking some initiative there. That self-boost on towards apartments there. Being able to provide that as a opera there's always really nice. Having that nice footwork, quick movement. Sometimes it's easier to set yourself up. Trying to assemble that boost. Speaking of boost, he gets sent up towards ladder early on. Interesting. No smokes there, and a lot of contact going to be taken soon. That's bomb as the tip of the spear into the AWP. This is a brutal setup and a collateral. Poseidon lining them all up, knocking them down here as fire finishes. And Tsunami stepping up to the plate in a big way on this defense.
I mean, this is just great protocols as well for Tsunami, where, you know, they have had so many varying setups here for mid, and this is another one. Setting Poseidon onto the catwalk in through ladder, and he's delivering lock, stock, and barrel. There's just no way to stop him. He's quick. There is all the Kraken members on the other side of his barrel. Once again, I'm left feeling like Kraken, their entire Mirage really defined by mid control and its success or failure. And right now, unfortunately, that is the failure point that's been the biggest issue for them.
Pistols trying to crack into this A side. Poseidon is just clotheslining them. No contact given into this A side. Not if you have to cross that op without utility. Juice Boy, I mean, interestingly enough, kind of overlooked there for a little while. Cajun will be the one to go down because of it, but nothing lingering too long. But Poseidon's opping is just looking fierce today. Everything is connecting. I mean, he missed that one shot, I think, and it really cost him. Juice Boy really took that one to the bank, but that was the only gun round that they've lost, right? So,
yeah. Well, and I mean, that's another a gun round that, like, what Juice Boy did after that. You know, that one shot onto Poseidon's one thing, but the spray that he pulled off too, like. It's more than just Poseidon.
Right. But Poseidon's the first initiator, right? If he lands that shot, Juice Boy's down.
Yeah.
I get what you're saying, though. And that
shouldn't have been as catastrophic as it was.
Yeah, that's a good point. Fair enough. That was the single round that they had. Other than that, man, he has been just sharp. And I think it all just starts off the way he set the tone in that pistol, even though it's not even a win. 4 kills is a lot of confidence to build, and he's playing off that confidence with every peek, with every corner he turns. He knows exactly where you're hiding, and you want some more here. HE to blow open that smoke. Flashbang doesn't matter. You still have to walk into his scope, and he's denying all of these fights. Smoke, or rather bomb dropped on the floor as well.
They're about to run back into him too from Apex. He's gone down, and he's got another one. Poseidon Tech 9 comes out. He's up for an ace, but Sauce Boy's in mid, so surely that gets stolen away by Wukong's or Cajun, who have duoed up with Connector and Catwalk. It will be the end, but a 9-3 half for Poseidon, not just a man, but a god on the server for Tsunami.
My god. And you would have thought that a sea beast on the other side of things would be putting a scare onto Poseidon, but
turns out he's at home.
He's taming them. At the moment, not a chance right now for Kraken to break through this scope or whatever tool he's using at the moment.
And that's always been the question about Poseidon. I feel, you know, lots of inconsistencies at times, but the heights have always been there, and we're seeing some of those tonight. Taking off 2025 with a bang.
So much damage done on that initial B player. They're boxing in this defense. Low HP, but Sauceboy coming in with rotation. Still the confidence from Fire. Long range duel with that Glock. They're not planting the bomb. Instead, they're prioritizing getting these kills, especially with bomb over towards bench. Fire gets his head punched in right there by the wall, but Poseidon allows for safe passage, and Juice Boy left to try and find another 3K. It's time towards the B side of things. Maybe not his domain, but we'll see if he can make anything happen. Give it a fight here, given a couple opportunities. Cajun down low. Spots him out at the very least, gathers that info. And he's still yet to make it out of market right now. Reposition from Poseidon's pretty brutal, but he gets punished for it. A little overextension there could go a long way, especially with the kit picked up on the way in. He's chasing down these kills, but another quick headshot. Again, there is a kit here, a chance if he's quick enough. And he got the 1v3. Does he have time for the defuse, though? That's the big question. And just about no. What an effort there, but no luck. Tsunami still come out on top.
Juice Boy's been so incredibly clutch. Again, even though it's a loss, it doesn't matter. The move's made. And honestly, you gotta wonder, if you don't pick up 3 USPs that are empty in a row.
Oh, so
is
what
that
happens?
different?
He just constantly forced to reload.
Yeah. He tosses one here, it's empty, then gets another one, it's empty. The other one has 3 bullets, the one he finally reloads.
Jeez.
I mean, seriously, this is just seconds away. Less than 2. I don't know.
Wow.
Genuinely might have been the difference, as tragic as it is. But Tsunami take the win. They won't be bothered by how close it was either. I guess Kraken, seeing how effective this was for Tsunami, are like, well, let's give it a try. 4 USPs with a deagle as well. Or 3 USPs, rather. 2 deagles.
Yeah, that gun to be picked up towards top mid. Thank you very much, Tanner says. Grabs that one. Cannot go, though. Instead, sideline there pretty quickly. Fire long range as well, handling business. So maybe he did effectively give them a kill here, but a round win's a whole other story. Tsunami are looking to wash over Mirage here pretty quickly.
It is incredible the turning point that this game was, right? A pistol round win for Kraken into Tsunami, first gun round and the follow-up. They lose 1 round and they're on to an eco, and they win the eco. That's the complexion of those first 6-7 rounds. From then on out, they got hit by Poseidon. But like, I mean, I'll say a one-man army, not in a negative to the rest of Tsunami, just in the impact that Poseidon has had.
To set up a defense here, but completely overwhelmed. KG does such a good job of creating space. Now can they capitalize more effective trades? And look at Drop spinning his crosshair just about every which way. Zoker's already out in the smoke here. Could develop some sort of success, and he does. A very quick flick there landed. And Fire with the back against the wall. Tries to flash himself out of this position here. Doesn't know that Zoker's on his left and tries to get the reload off. So a little relief happening at the end of the day there for Kraken as they survive a little while longer here on Mirage.
It's a big round out of Zoker. Very, very much a bit silent in this one. Developmental year last year. Moving through. How much will that mean for the continuation of this game? That's up in the air for debate at the very least. It's not a clear cut. Tsunami still have cash. They still have investments. And on Kraken's pick of Mirage, it's also got to be said that life doesn't necessarily get easier in this series. Kraken can't find a way back.
Quickly move out towards his A side, hoping to catch him off foot. There's a big entry. Juice Boy sideline, and the heat-seeking vision of Drop target Sauce Boy. The 2 boys down. 3 to go. Numbers already punched in. There's a big flank formulating as well. Cajun's on a massive move here that I just don't think you could ever anticipate. It depends on if he can strike in time, though. He instead routes through Murder Hole to take care of Tanner. When's he finally going to pull the trigger there? Not clean, but converted, and then Fire can strike from Firebox, stepping forward and ending the round with quickness. A little concerning there when that flank develops and the shots aren't necessarily clean, but the job is done no matter how dirty. And Tsunami now got themselves 8 opportunities to close out, and this just feels very one-sided, very dominant as well.
Hey, I'm willing to give Cajun a break there because I guarantee in the comms he's yelling, "Just don't peek." I've got a flank. And then 2 of his teammates die, and then he's got to make the play a little faster than he wanted to. I'm gonna sweep that one under the rug, whether that's what happened or not. Kraken though. MP9s, 4 of them. Great weapon. Oh, it's just contact all the way up. Tanner gets his 1-for-1, and that's fine until there's just Chirax here. Quick return. That smoke's going to make Chirax a bigger deal than it would have otherwise been if he was able to stay alive, but not for long. In fact, nobody stays living for very long on this B site when Tsunami has set their sights in motion in that direction. We're looking at Juice Boy's 1v4 attempt to keep this game going, but I can't say my hopes are high.
I mean, he's been good here. I'm with you though. Juice Boy's been a fun one to watch. Unfortunately, Tsunami just looking way too strong for him. Flash is going out there, soon to be sidelined. Easy job done by Tsunami in the opening map here so far. Just ripping away some success out of the gates, showing this showing the sea beast who the real god is in the sea. And I will say, man, that first half was terrifying. Looking at what Poseidon was able to do, it's going to be a really tough fight back into this series overall as well, knowing that, you know, now your map pick is ripped away from you, but not only ripped away, kind of taken with some fierceness.
Yeah, what a massive win when you're like, okay, this is your opponent's map pick. Mirage, not necessarily a bad map for this Tsunami core, but still, that's the time that your AWP player in Poseidon decides to drop like 140 guard. You know, like that's a massive win for you as a team, for an individual, but just because it's on your opponent's map pick too. That other addition then opens up possibilities for what's next is Ancient. And I also got to mention, right, like, is that going to be super replicable for Poseidon? No, probably not, but the rest of the team was not playing poorly behind him. He had all the support that he needed, and besides the big clutch moments, the huge over performances that came through here and there for Kraken, that's the only time they found rounds. So I think that, this probably still looks like a pretty good map for Tsunami, despite, how good Poseidon was, even if it's not replicable.
Absolutely, yeah. I think you can still get some efficiency there. He had a field day on Mirage. He was positioning it incredibly effectively to be in the face of Kraken at every phase of this round. But if you just keep that same principle, good positioning, effectiveness in that department, alongside what was a just textbook, well called, well strung together, very active T side that capitalized on some confident players. It just feels like Tsunami is setting themselves up for success. And like you said, can they have that same level of success? Maybe not, but you should still expect them to have the game plan ready to go for Ancient, being at their map pick. So, expectations here for Tsunami looking good, as they've already, I think, surpassed them here with the opening map.
Yeah, setting it up very well for a map number 2 that we're going to look into here soon. But first, before we do, about a 10-minute break between now and then. We'll be back with Ancient when we get there. Well, alrighty, a first map that went down pretty interestingly as oh hey, welcome back,
Hello,
buddy.
hello.
We're just getting started. You didn't miss too much. First map done and dusted. We got Ancient coming up next, and a map that Tsunami picked this map, but also it's a map that I know Cajun's very comfy on. It's a map that Final Form, which was the previous iteration of this roster that is now Tsunami, that they were very good on last season. So all of these things combined really put Tsunami in a great position.
Yeah. I mean, I just had to run back from my pep talk with Kraken to try and get them back into gear and see a lot more of what this team's made of. The one thing, I give Kraken a lot of credit for here. It's the same thing I mentioned when we were watching them just a couple days ago, is that this roster does seemingly have a lot of grit, a lot of fight. It doesn't seem like they take tough defeats and immediately mentally exit games, So there's a lot that they have to overcome in this matchup. Sure, they have to pull off another reverse sweep if they want to set the tone and get back into like a much better position and avoid that 0-2 in the Swiss stage. But I think this roster has the capabilities from that like almost comeback that we saw on Anubis when they were down 10-2. They didn't fully complete it, but that was already in an effort to return back into the series. So I hope to see if they can motivate themselves here to get their heads back into it, because going 0-2 in the Swiss stage is not going to be an easy task.
I've seen that grit from some of these players on an individual level, outside of this roster specifically for Kraken. So, as much as that is absolutely a possibility, I also think that they're going to have to find a way to stop what we were seeing from Poseidon. He was an unstoppable force that just could not be contained on the CT side of Mirage. And I think they get a little bit of a break in that Ancient isn't nearly as easy to dominate from an AWP perspective. But if he's feeling that confident, I think that it can quickly go downhill fast if you're getting into positions with the op where you're unexpected. And so as we jump into Ancient, I think that that's got to be like the number one priority when Tsunami are starting on the CT side for Kraken. They can't allow for somebody like Poseidon to be gaining confidence like they did on Mirage.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. And it all started with the pistol and Poseidon having a big multi-kill on that. Let's see if that remains here. Kraken did elect for a T side of Ancient, meaning that it is the map pick of Tsunami. So that's an interesting little tidbit there. We'll see if that's a pick that will pay off with some good measure here out of the gates. It looks like a pistol to start things off, and a post plant is a good way to kick off. Juice Boy caught by his teammate's flash, but still manages to connect on the kill. The Poseidon dual Berettas are already unleashed. I said you don't want this guy firing up on all cylinders out of the gates. Well, he's got two already, and he's got two guns to try and crack through three players. Drop gonna help out as Poseidon looks to chase him down. Great contact approach here from Chirax and his teammate alongside him in Sauce Boy. Drop has to get off this bomb, chase down the kills, and pick up the dual Berettas while he's at it, and gets blasted, sidelined in the end. So Kraken, they fight back.
And opening pistol round win. That's exactly the way Mirage started off. And good signs in that fashion. Great post plant as well. As much as that doesn't look great, Poseidon just kind of playing a game of run and gun there. The way they play off of one another is actually wonderful to see for Kraken. Once they got into that 3-on-3 with all three towards Donut, that was actually perfectly played. A round up. We are going to see USPs once more. Tsunami, very willing to take these ecos. Something that we're already seeing from them. Even though it's going to be a quick cleanup. Might have been one pixel off from being a full 100-0 nade.
You know what they say, one pixel and they counted horseshoes and hand grenades, so.
You can't take, that's my line. You broke my line and threw it back at me.
There you go.
That might be criminal in the fisherman community.
cutting the line.
Yeah, that's... I don't know, I'm not a fisherman, but I'd imagine that's like big bad, right? What the?
Wow. Snapped out of the round right there. Sauce Boy's got a lineup. Go for it again, why don't you?
I mean, Cajun, I think what's as impressive is that Cajun got shots down back. He dinked him through the wall as well. Just wasn't quick enough.
I wonder if Cajun had head Kevlar as well. Didn't quite get vision on that, but that could have cost him. Makes it a lot easier to wallbang with the Galil. And you're not in the best financial situation heading into a third round bye.
They've already started to limit that confidence build and also limit the possibility of like an AWP. That's partially Tsunami opting for, ironically enough, the more aggressive strategy, which is like full save round 2. It's weird to be saying that because, you know, that used to be the safe strategy. Leaves you with a little less than when it comes to the weapons. A little drawn out on that duel, but Shirax comes away victorious. It'll be fire to trade, but it's still not an even scenario. Creeping out our Kraken onto B. Got the sight. In fact, almost lined up. And there it is.
Jeez.
Another through the smoke. Drop, just fired a couple rounds down range was enough, even with an A1S, to give him away.
Without vision on a couple of these targets, they're just snapping them out of the round there. This great lines of spam being brought to the table. They picked into this T side, it seems like for good reason here, feeling very comfortable as individuals and cracking open different sides of the map. Having some decent little game plans here, some trickery to open it up, whether that's wall bangs or some good executes. So again, you know, Kraken left into a pretty tough position, but choose to hop into this second map with the T side and kind of set the tone. Good at the moment. At shutting down the key pieces, Poseidon still kind of limited. Yet to see him with the op though is a big question, and then getting past these anti-eco is going to be another task for them. That was something they struggled with a little bit in that last map that cost them any sort of momentum they could have hoped to build.
Shout out to Tsunami here, who, hold on a second, get aggressive, get Cajun into position to upgrade onto a rifle. His body's in front as well, so Shirax would have had a lot to deal with even if Cajun didn't win his initial duel. That's the entire B area claimed by Tsunami.
And they might have a chance to really beat him at the punch here towards the A side if that's the end goal. Smart reroute though. I think Juice Boy catching a lot of that information of running players fading away.
And critically, that gun, that second one rather, that Cajun had wielded, not recoverable right now by Tsunami either.
Yeah, they're on a little motion to go clear out this A side. No one's home. So if they carry forward like an A main flank, it's just going to be on the shoulders for a very long time of what cool comms can do.
The Deagle in an armor. This is not an enviable position by any means, but one where, though limited, maybe the tools at his disposal. He'll get a chance, but swings wide into the AK, and well, it should be the end of this round, realistically. I would hate to see Poseidon and Fire walk away with these guns. Wouldn't be a bad idea. What I was going to say before Cajun so quickly got up in the mix was that I appreciate Tsunami really targeting Juice Boy, actually. You know, that spam last round, very frustrating, I'm sure, but they get a couple of nades out on this eco, and they toss them into the position where he's going to be spamming that spot. If he goes back there, could have caught, you know, basically a free kill. And the setup around that is, even if it's not a kill, damage done, they're crunching into that same position that they got exposed by in the last round. It's so easy that could fall flat and not have too much effectiveness, but I think that it's good conditioning on a round that doesn't really have any other conditioning that you can do.
Right. And now, I mean, with all of those tools, we'll see if they're able to get a little bit more aggressive and take some space, make sure that map control is more difficult to land here from Kraken. Because that spamming has been a bit of a problem. Just in one gun round so far, but I'm willing to give it a lot of goes. This time a big pace change, and you'd think this is just perfectly called out by Kraken. Fast in towards this A side. Poseidon's going to be left to try and recover this with the AWP, but he's quick. He steps out and gets out safely. And he smokes for this position? Finally, they do land. Okay. They come through a little delayed, and that's going to allow for the bomb plant here, especially with that effective lurk from Tanner. A 4v4, and taking some more space with the numbers already punched in. Kraken setting themselves up in a decent little spot here.
Well, this is nice, though, from Cajun. Not getting too aggressive until he's forced in the open as that smoke fades. This is so difficult now. 3 players in Donut, and they started this round in mid, so they haven't ever been out. Poseidon eventually rewarded with patience, but he's the only one who's picked up a kill, and really not the rest of his teammates' fault. Chirac hopefully to cut off the escape, and he's done so for one. You're not too bothered that he falls at the end.
Really? He's far, man. He's far.
Yeah. I mean, he was low, but they didn't change it, did they?
No.
Well,
I don't think so.
I didn't see any patch notes, but that's the second time in the last few days that I can't remember if it was you or if I was on South America, but we saw something like that.
Yeah. I mean, he was low. It was just, maybe it came down to, yeah, just perfect on that line. But look at this, still fast pace, man. Super active right now for Kraken. Flashes don't matter. Jumping around the corner with another? What just happened right there? Drop. Missed out on a chance to trade 13 HP and managed to find another kill. This round's over. Call it curtains. As I said, Kraken with a whole lot of fight to their name are fighting forward in this matchup. Sauceboy denying saves. And they're looking 0-6 up after a pretty crushing defeat.
This is why you call this map momentum-based so many times. Get onto a good position. Kraken, I think a lot of credit to Tanner, who's calling a very difficult to deal with game on this T side. A clear plan of action in place. Once they got that advantage, those first 3 rounds, the 2 back-to-back, have been all about taking advantage of a Tsunami team that are on their back foot already. It's a fight, a fist fight at times, and you got to catch your opponent while they're trying to escape, and that's exactly what Kraken have been doing.
God, they're using that momentum here. I think calling off the back of their momentum here, setting a lot of discomfort in Tsunami and then switching it up in the next play so that the reaction, the next step from Tsunami is being met by another motion from Kraken. Fast towards A, fast towards B, fast towards A again. They got a little pattern going right now as they just meet no resistance on this bomb site consistently. Desperate jump for Cajun, managed to at least strike for a single. Sauceboy chased down, drop finds a multi. This might just change the tides, but Zoker stands in resistance of that idea. And Kraken gonna coast to a 7th.
Dude, Tanner starts this round at $16,000. Zoker, who survived, at $13K. And not far behind are the rest. I mean, what a ridiculous amount of economy that Kraken have built in just 7 rounds. This is where, honest and truthfully, Cole, Tsunami have to win this round. Otherwise, I think you'd call this half pretty much chalk, even if they win the rest.
What a start like that right there, managing to fight with the flashes. Effective, but Tanner shut down there, and then Poseidon AWP finds success. Drop now needs to defend in some form or fashion. Here's the op, rotates in time, and as you said, just when they need to activate, they come through. Poseidon will finish the job. Obviously would have liked an earlier setup for this defense, but We'll see if it's better late than never, or if that was just a one-off.
Yeah, you can rely on some of these important pieces that Tsunami have been putting together over the last year or so. Drop, who can be such an incredible force when left with very little in the form of support. Deep onto the B bomb site there towards long. You got Poseidon with the support over in middle, and they win those fights all together. And I mean, look at this. They're so ready. They're looking for this early utility towards A for that fast A call that Kraken have called up twice. That doesn't end up coming. So Poseidon left to duel with a lurker on the other side of the map, whilst the aggression towards B has already taken place.
Yeah, they're already pushing into this B site here. One entry comes through from Juice Boy, who's been unbelievably effective in that department. Now poking and prodding on the other side of the map. Poseidon will shut that down. And the push and pull of this round here taking place looks like it might favor the side of Tsunami. Cool Comms has coverage for Zoker, who tried to slip through. But Tsunami starting to constrict on this opposition. And as you said, when they needed to wake up, coming alive like this is such a key detail. Finally being able to react and defend. Fire will quickly deal with the last as well,
so incredibly important that 4 players stay alive too for Tsunami. Because as mentioned, Kraken have basically infinite money. I mean, that's what they've hit with that cash. They'll have money for another buy even if they lose, which is essentially the half, as they'll get loss bonus at that point. So yeah, important that Tsunami, even if they lose one round, that they'll have a little bit something left in their pockets to work from. Look at the targeting. This is great stuff out of Tsunami. Understanding that Tanner's been there so many times. It's so frustrating, though, that a good call turns bad when both of those players aggressing A lose their life on the exit.
Yeah, Punish, and you've just perfectly avoided that AWP. Shirax is taking so much initiative here. This is going to be a huge surprise. Cajun caught completely off guard. And look at that, another one. Handling the entirety of this A side. Bomb's still in such a neutral position that it just feels like no wrong answers once you spot him out. You have so much time to reroute.
And they know where Drop's been playing. They know what to do about him. Even as they close in the walls around him. Whew. And I almost feel bad for Tsunami there, just because of how good a play that was. I really like what their ideas were. The thought process behind trying to target Tanner, who's been kind of off on his own a couple of times. It took just one time for him to get away with that like very late solo lurk, for him to get away with that one time, and Poseidon ultra aware of that, almost baiting him into making that move forward there with the move back to its default box in the previous round, and for them to then get aggressive. Just a really great response for Kraken in order to disallow Tsunami to get out.
Right back to the quick A plays here. Fast motion into this A site. Blinded up by the flash is so perfectly placed here. But the rotations on the scene in time. Poseidon stepping forward with the op doesn't quite connect onto a second though. Shirax providing some resistance. That's before Drop and Cajun get involved more consistently. Everything recovered, and Tsunami finally able to put an end to the reign of Rampage on that A side.
You know, I gotta wonder if Kraken aren't throwing their utility early so as not to give Tsunami early warning signs of that A attack. You know, they're sending it fast so the audio cues will be there, but the previous round we saw Poseidon kind of looking for those early indicators. Not getting any, in that round giving Poseidon a line of sight by not giving it up.
We have a big entry to shut down Cool Comms. But yeah, I mean, the utility has been maybe sparing, but it's been good when it's needed to. Look at that transfer from Drop, defending on that A side effectively. Walk out through middle here from Tanner. It's going to provide some resistance here. Low HP bars for a couple of these players could make some chaos.
Oh,
and
wow.
right underneath the crosshair. The 4x3 gets the better of them. They're back to back now. Now the back's turned into the smoke. Fire's still managing to avoid the crosshair. I mean, that's just unbelievable. And it just gets more interesting. Now the issue is that I think they're going to think he's big flanking at this point. Communication should be there that this still could be a possibility. He's going to speed it up. And no secret about his position now, fully known as Somali hints at it. The flashbang comes through to secure it, and it's just time ticking off the clock. More flashes, a smoke to go through. There's just no way, unless he can get a smoke diffuse off, something of that nature here, but he can't make it on through. Kraken will seal the deal and carry themselves forward to a 9-round half.
This was a serious back and forth, despite what ultimately is 9 rounds on the half. I think Kraken constantly in motion, constantly changing. And even if that was keeping things simple, you know, B then A, then back to A, like with those fast plays, I think you could be critical if those weren't working, but they were for the most part. Tsunami get away with a little bit, but not much. On the other side of things, you got to credit Tsunami for their swift adjustments or their attempted adjustments. They tried. Kraken just had a better idea.
Double up in Donut. See if that provides enough resistance. Here's some earlier utility tossed in. The instant entry from Cool Comms, who's looking to heat up here in the second half. Will be rolled out. Do they want to take that donut control as the next step of this post plant here? They're going to need to now, as they've lost their presence in Temple, and with that quick entry there through donut. Perfect post plant positioning coming through from this T side.
Now the smoke. Buying time on the other direction. Fire gets his. They push in, and they find that they're going to have to deal with a very difficult crossfire. Sauceboy investigates where Fire's position's located, but even that fight's too much to ask for. Time already really expired, and so much damage done, but not enough to confirm the victory. Gotta say, just about everybody gonna go down with this ship, but a Tsunami victory that is absolutely a requirement.
As you highlighted, this half can largely be momentum based. If you're able to capture some of that momentum, I don't necessarily think you have to go as fast as what Kraken did in that last half. You don't have to rush every bomb site and, you know, charge forward as soon as possible. But, you know, if you keep those principles that I've seen a lot of teams work with, and that's throw in some fast A plays every once in a while, try and condition the T side to, or the CT side to use early utility to try and overextend for mid control in terms of like numbers. A lot of times that can be punished for very rapid success on the T side, and see if that principle comes into play here for the second half like it did in the first. I like the stickers on Zoker's USP there. That's a pretty USP.
White out sort of a canvas for you to paint on. Wukong's is very much stuck. That is the, like, the whole idea of this round is finding something like this AK. You got USPs. Now Tanner's gonna put as many CT bodies between himself and the opponents in order to get away with it. I would, on the same note that you were talking, tend to agree. The speed with which we were seeing Kraken move certainly made it difficult for Tsunami to find footing, but it's not a requirement. I think the speed requirement there is, you know, getting some sort of lane control, some sort of mid control. That's typically, you're going to want a little bit of speed in one of those areas. We will get away with that AK-47. Kraken, huge pickup. This is a team, by the way, you know, funny we've been talking about the AWP, but Zoker wielded it for Kraken when we saw it come out, but it wasn't really a requirement necessarily for Kraken to work with that big green. It's a team that very much feels comfortable, it seems, without a sniper.
Yeah. Don't lean on that too much here, which is interesting. I think it's perfect for Ancient as well. Not necessary to have it. Sometimes it can be easier if you're uncomfortable A defender, but I'm right there with you. Could be interesting. We're not seeing that same very early aggressive motion though from Tsunami for this first gun round. They're playing it slow. They're looking for, you know, something similar here. Actually, like some spam rolling through to try and pluck Tanner out of the round. Poseidon gonna throw that molly, and it's about whether Tanner moves in or out. Wow. Well, look at the collapse coming through this first gun round. Victories all over. Once hopeful spam through middle, a connection while blind on the ramp side, and then one alongside it. It's more of the same. Back to winning ways here for Kraken. And a lot of these kills without vision, but just understanding the lines.
Oh, and that's so devastating. Would have been great to get a little plant money. Fire can't even break his way out with a kill at the end. Kraken will get right back into business mode, 10-5. Even despite that lack of plant money, ooh, I was going to say they're going to go for this anyway, but actually Tsunami looking more like they're going to let Poseidon have this AK? No. It will go fully in. This has all of the makings of a fast play. Limited utility. A ton of rifles to work with. Going to take some early space, try to work from there, but Zoker in mid, once again, he's successful. In response, they're going to scale out towards long side on the B site.
It's a smart idea to try and take that long side, but it's about getting there safely as Fire finds a way to succeed and cover off this flank here. Sauce Boy and Juice Boy trying to avenge his brother, as he will fall in just the same way. So time ticking away on this. Poseidon gonna back out a little bit. We'll see if Kraken want to fight forward. With the lead here, they can kind of concede. It seems like what they'll do at this point. So Tsunami still having a little fight left in him, despite some adversity in that last gun round. Stepping forward into this one. Fire with 2 really round securing kills, it feels like.
A couple of saves, too, are really nice for the CT side. You're talking about, you know, a gun round, like what Tsunami just had as an example, where you're barely getting ins to meet. Kraken are not going to be feeling the pinch nearly as hard with those 2 saves and the extra cash from Force surviving in the previous round. They found their 10th. All these little things combine to become a very scary CT side purchase. It's Tsunami's turn to pick up the pace, hit the gas pedal, and head out towards the A site. They got 2 in defense, and it's Sauce Boy with the transfer. Can't continue that success. He's got Zoker. It's the one-shot potential on that AK-47. It's the spray instead, and almost lines him up. It's Zoker for 2, and he did enough to damage Poseidon so that Juice Boy could finish the job.
There's just so much resistance ready to go there, Donut. You compare the two when it comes down to some of these A plays that are off spawn calls. You know, you remember before Kraken or before Tsunami would even know it that this was an A side play, they'd be, you know, rotating in a little bit late, and either the smokes would be down or they'd be in position to get the entries. This time you have 3 players in Donut that you have to fight through, so one after another they just collapse in on this offense. Suffocate them. Just pressure that's a little overwhelming here. Zoker using the Shroud of the Smoke to fire up a couple pop shots and nearly takes one with him. just turn his back, and that cost him his life.
Agent really been at the forefront, leader of this team, of trying to make these aggressive plays. Tanner is forced out into the open. This should be clear, but they're not going to get quite as much out of that as you would have hoped, considering the utility and how effective it was. Saito will punch in the numbers. Can he get down? Yeah. He's got Cajun, who's freshly onto an AK now. He's escaped too. This is a crossfire that has some potential to it for Tsunami.
See if they can close this one out, though. Juice Boy saying absolutely not. Poseidon back against the wall. Will he be clear? Not fully, but doesn't matter. Sauce Boy's quick enough on the reaction. Kraken shutting this one down with some quickness. Finding solutions on the retake there. And stepping forward into the second half, ready to show that exact grit that I talked about here. Coming back in terms of a 3-map pool, being able to work on your opponent's map pick. Just looking so much more sound here on Ancient, which is kind of a surprise for me. I didn't expect to see this level of poise from them.
I think we're getting more and more clear indicators and showings of what Kraken are made of. We asked the question yesterday, very much in the same vein. You know, what amount of like best of threes have they had the opportunity to play? Well, showing up in a big way. Sauce Boy will be bested, and that's Cajun again, who's constantly been in position to take the space for his team. That HE into the smoke for Shyrax will change the whole game. B-site opened up, but the bomb to be re-recovered. So Molotov to hold back from Game Ender. Just now gotten the bomb. They're very fortunate that Kraken are relegated to mid right now.
They have that timer ticking against the CT side. Should their way up into this retake, though. Cajun might feel a little comfortable in running away here soon. Spots out one quick kill, though. Looking for the second. Has to get his pistol out and recover his aim in time. Zokra had to reload as well, so they hold their nerve and will hold on to this map for a little while longer.
Agent who's really been doing the heavy lifting in that fashion, right? Trying to get there. I've been talking about how he's been so active on an individual level, and it's Cool Comms that I think needs to step up. He's the guy we were mentioning in the pre-show on the T side, can be a little bit more explosive, because I think been struggling. This is meant to be an overtime comeback for Tsunami, where I'm looking.
Finding a quick one on the inbound there. Shouldn't be too much trouble getting past this. Taking some damage, though. Losing the name. They know that they're walking into a stack now, but they smoke spams. They're just so on the line here consistently. Anything extra from Shyrax? Not quite. As you said, Cajun. Those individuals that's been heating up in a big way. Trying to keep them afloat. You're on Ancient. 4 rounds doesn't seem that far out of the picture. But not going to be easy to get these piece by piece.
The upside, I mean, that's really just a couple of gun rounds. Assuming that things are, there's not too many saves or whatnot.
Towards middle, though. That's what they need here. A little 1-for-1 action. Give yourself a positive trade. There's still so much A resistance, and there's more joining forces here. Kraken playing fast and loose with the rotates is going to be rewarded with a pretty heavy defense on this A side. Cajun's still finding a way to crack on into this bomb site, though. Utility needs to be provided to provide that security.
So lucky that Molotov is not closer. Lucky to be alive. And speaking of, 4 players left in the server. So very low. Gonna group together. There's no smoke left here for the T's. Tsunami just have to walk this in, and it's so dangerous because they can play off of one another so well. Kraken up at the forefront. It's gonna go down. That's the low HP. That's very nicely done. 30 seconds, and there's time. There's time to rotate, but already preempted for Juice Boy. Headed that way. They hesitate for just a second. That's enough to bring Juice Boy back.
Oh, Poseidon plants his feet, and now he's going to plant the bomb. Going to avoid the spam now as the flank comes through from Cajun. He lands the first one. Juice Boy, between a rock and a hard place, trying to fight forward with his sidearm out. Cajun unrelenting. And as highlighted earlier from you, I mean, he has just stepped up to the plate here in a big way on this T side. Is keeping Tsunami in this piece by piece.
I mean, a 4K out of your in-game leader who has been on that move up throughout this whole map. There's there's ever going to be a guy that will get you mentally back into a game as your in-game leader, making, heroic plays like that. You aren't meant to, have to rely on him for, but when he does, so massive.
I mean, that's got to be moments that will allow this team to easily rally behind them. You have to imagine.
Once again, it's a B stack. One A player pushed all the way through, routed out by Cool Comms. Still, Tsunami creep their way into it. Once again, they find themselves at the victory screen at the end of that round. The Tsunami. Once again, one more gun round. At least a big gun round. They are right back in this thing, trying to push to overtime.
Show that resiliency would be huge. Gonna speed it up, or at least threaten the idea of this fast A play. They've been met with so many A side stacks. Cajun's looking to provide them entry prowess once again. He scared him off the line, but he gets smoke spammed. You're getting the rotations that you'd hope for, though. You're getting exactly what you're looking to condition here. You're getting extra rotates provided onto the scene. That allows for drop to slink on in towards this B-bomb site. He's got to be careful. His presence towards long that he locks in on. Now the bomb being carried forward, but a second headshot just hits. Juice Boy falls to the floor, and the rotation's now all leading into CT, but they lose their lives here. As the bomb makes its way towards A, you're still a man down. You've lost some extra help here. And Poseidon gonna lock in the bomb plant. Fire and Poseidon, they have to come out on top here. They realize now that it's a B or A side play in the end.
Well, 2 Molotovs, but a smoke as well for Zoker. Poseidon recognizing that maybe taking some of that space would be a good idea, but he loses out without any response whatsoever. Fire. It's not the smoke for the bomb. It's be able to be Molotoved off, and there's not a lot of time left on this clock. Fire still got a flash to work with, and they're still not sticking it. They're still not on it. They're gonna get one. Finally, Sauceboy holding on this defuse, and with the kit, he'll get it done. It is Kraken who find victory, and it is Kraken who take that first step towards a reverse sweep once again.
Playing with so much confidence there. Exciting finish with the fire on the bomb, but not going to go in the way Tsunami, in the end, that overtime affair was looking more and more likely with every second ticking away, but instead, it's going to be Kraken that fight back. They show what they're made of here. They show their fight. And that's what I was highlighting. This roster just can't be counted out from what I've seen already. And now what they prove once again in this next series is that this team hangs into these best of threes. They're always willing to put up a fight despite how these first maps go. And, just takes them a little while to wake up. Now, they're hoping that in this decider of Anubis that they find themselves in once again, that whatever side start they have, they can get off to a bit of a better go of things here and then look to close out with some confidence. That would be the big difference maker here. Maybe a T-side start, but who's to say, because that was a very exciting resurgence from this team once again.
Yeah, proving that no doubt you can't shrug them off. That's for sure. And beyond that, I think what's so impressive to me in general is, and I think this is true of both the game we saw previously from this Kraken team and today thus far, is that they have been, like, across the board very consistent. Like, on an individual level, we've seen some of the big clutches, yes, from Sauce Boy and from Juice Boy actually, but like on an individual fragging level, they were all in lockstep throughout the entirety of that map. And I think it was the individualism that brought Tsunami over the edge to take it close, and we saw that individualism from Tsunami. It kind of rocketed them up to such a victory on Mirage. So into Anubis, I think all of those things good to be keeping in mind if Kraken can continue that consistency. So with all of that being said, we're going to head to a break, and when we come back, we'll get Anubis underway. Well, it's a third map required, and it seems like that's becoming a pretty common factor that we get here with this Kraken team. As you've kind of been touching on, man, these guys they might go down, but they're never out.
Not at all, man. They have a lot of fight left in them here, and now we get to hop into another pretty exciting opportunity for a third map here on Anubis to see how things shake up. Will they be able to show that same fight? Will they be able to get off to a better start than they did last time they were on this third map? You know, maybe that kind of comes down to what the knife round's going to look like, but either way, you know what you're going to see here, and you know what we're going to get, and that's, again, you know, an exciting third map here of who's going to be able to put this across the line and avoid a scary reality. If you're on the side of Tsunami, 0-2 start, the elimination possibility looming is definitely scary despite being such a good roster. And the same case is true with how much fight Kraken have put in all the way through in this best of 3. And in the last best of 3, for them to go 0-2, it'd be a bit of a shame.
Yeah, I would hate to see that for them, to be honest with you, especially if this one goes down to the wire in the same type of fashion. We got a knife round going. This has been for Tsunami's core, though. I would call this their home map, Anubis, generally speaking. Obviously, Ancient very strong for them too. They feel very comfortable on that, but I think I have seen some of their best work on Anubis in the past. So as they pick up a knife round victory, that provides even more comfort over to them as they get the decision on where they want to start, presumably on the T side.
Yeah, that it certainly should there. I mean, that's a big pickup here for the side of... Well, I thought initially we were going to see it into the T side, but doesn't seem like that's the case.
Interesting. I will say, I think that some of the best that I've seen, I know if you're looking at stats, they aren't going to really tell you a super pretty story. For some of these individuals on Tsunami, but I actually do pretty well rate fire on the CT side of this map. I don't know if the stats will back me up on that. I'll have to go look, but the times that I've seen them, and I've also seen that this is one of the maps that Coolcoms feels some of the most comfortable as well. So that at least maybe part of the reasoning, but yeah, CT side start despite winning the knife. That is something you're not going to see very often.
Yeah, definitely interesting. Rushing in. I mean, the one thing I will say here, after this pistol takes place, is that they have to lock down this B bomb site. Can be a challenge, and they give it up here. They run away from the possibility of hanging into this E-box control, instead electing to fight back with it with reinforcements on the scene. And a lack of a bomb plant still for the T side. Finally deciding to punch in the digits, but is it going to be too late? One bullet required, one straight to the noggin, the last shot that Cajun had in his USP. But it's looking like elimination here for Kraken as they're trying to win this through landing the kills instead of punching in those digits. Still, you have to plant the bomb, and again, it gives Fire a route into this round. But that last kill coming through from Juice Boy will seal the deal, and the pistol will be hung on to.
Yeah, this looks really kind of odd from the get-go, but I don't really hate the way Tsunami approached this. They're really aggressive on the A-bomb side on this pistol round. They take a ton of space into Canal, and so when Tsunami realized that they're just getting exec'd upon on B, they already have the players inside of E-box in order to take those fights that they were trying to force forward through A. So just let them have that area, group up, and play a bit of a waterfall back in. That's a way of approaching it that's certainly abnormal, but not all that unreasonable.
Yeah, it didn't seem like it brought too much of a, you know, panic there. I like the idea. As long as you're, like, being able to fight it together and have some sort of resistance, you can always try and play those retake setups. But, I mean, at one point I wanted to kind of touch on there is Poseidon and his opping is going to be just as important here. He's going to need to step up like he did on Mirage. You know, this is a map that I think can offer the CT side opping like so many different routes, so many different avenues. The selection is, it feels like really is endless in terms of what you can do for a T side or CT side opping. So
I think that starts with getting him the big green. So difficult on Ancient, but he had that impact when he had it.
See if they can bring that out as ASAP. It's not for this gun round. They don't have that luxury just yet. They've already done some decent damage. Cool comms down nice and low. Drop getting active. Needed some sort of map control on back, and Drop will just pluck Sauce Boy out of the server. That's that extremity player eliminated. Now they need to settle up towards this A side. Flash avoided by fire, and a quick kill offered up between the two of Cajun and fire to stabilize, but there's still that mid control lost.
Yeah, but the bomb is sort of stuck. Fire is in a complex position, but Poseidon gets into position just as fast in order to alleviate that pressure, and Fire has fought his way out from basket in order to concern himself now with the bomb that was dropped in front. Tsunami take themselves around. Lots of moving pieces in that one, but you know, the two crucial moments is the swiftness that Drop's taken space back to B. Sauce Boy has been fantastic in that extremity position on the T side. But beyond that, Fire's ability to just stand tall and not be moved.
Yeah, it's a very impressive defense from Fire. As you highlighted, you know, he plays an important role in this team. Steps into it. Sometimes that A anchor doesn't get a lot of love in the stats, but when he steps up, you can definitely feel it in the server, and a whole side of the map can go dark for you very quick. This time, though, fight's more so centric around canals here. Forward angle for Cajun, a really tough job. Tightrope walking in this mid hold, and manages to walk away with 2 kills.
It's incredible. I don't even know who was in position to, like, throw. I guess Fire was throwing the flashbang there. He's got a little bit of support, and that little bit of support pays off big time when he picks up 2 and lives to tell the tale. 2-on-4. Tanner and Sauce Boy. They can find some solace in the fact that they still have the bomb, and they still have just under a minute left to try and work their way back in. But Tsunami, they're trying to make sure that this cannot go awry. They're doubled up, playing contact, trade, very much available off of one another in both B and A.
I definitely can feel like this team selecting that CT side start didn't come without its game plan and without its initiation here. They are very active on the map here. You can see Cajun, you know, kind of getting aggressive towards middle, the canal's aggression. One of the more difficult things to do on Anubis as well is to figure out ways to thread in CT proactivity and succeed with it. And so far on this defense that they've chosen to start on, been able to win out on a lot of these opening duels as soon as these rifles are out and about. Don't want to mess with the Deagle too long. I can understand that. Cool comms brings in some discipline here.
A fight with the Deagle specifically that is just so positive for the Deagle. You can just get set up for it quite nicely. Sauce Boy forced down to the open with that HE. Blue crawl for Tanner into E-box, and even though he's ahead of the Molotov, it's too much done. Zoker's actually crept into a very nice spot. Somehow doesn't find the head. Looked like that was on target. Fire here once again, and Poseidon on that rotator duty to ensure that Zoker pays the price for getting his teammate killed. Poseidon will get that one. 3-2. And in very distinct and separate fashion than the way Ancient went, Tsunami have very quickly made a mark on the CT side.
Comes back. I mean, And look at this activity consistent throughout E-Box here. With an HE. Again, there's no op yet in play for Poseidon, so gonna be interested in bringing that out just yet, but the way that they open up rounds, not necessary for an op. Watching Cool Comms last time on Anubis, it felt like he was such a great aggressive element for the T side, and watching him do this work through E-Box right now on the defense. There's a lot to be excited about here. Perfect timing on that flash. A little bit of a lineup there. Seems like some team damage done. Poseidon and Cajun, though, backing out afterwards. Crucially. Happy with the early poke and prod, but not sticking around too long to find out.
And they got the advantage. They forced them back. You're going to force additional utility if they want to try and take back that space. That is job done, to be fair. A fantastic frag out of Zoker, who, on an individual level, I've seen a lot of positive things on this map as well. Wukong's rocking up on the back of the site. Contact made, and what an incredible spray. 1-2 punch. Might have left, dropped down and out, but Cool Comms has the 4K. And Juice Boy might just be willing to give him an ace attempt. Here it is, Cool Comms. The wonderful ace up on the CT side of Anubis.
Yeah, and right now looking like the ace up the sleeve of Tsunami in terms of this defense. He has been ever present, pushing the boundaries of E-Box control and testing the waters over and over again on Kraken and how they hold off canals. And whether that requires him to throw a little bit of utility there, getting HE pumping, to try and blow open the smokes. There's not a lot of security in that department. Much needed timeout for Kraken on this T side. And as matters get a little bit more difficult here as well, and as this CT side builds steam, now for the first time in this map, you're seeing a Poseidon AWP into the mix. And as I highlighted, that can be that next piece of the puzzle. We've seen Cajun work aggressively towards mid. We've seen Fire very consistent on those A-side holds. Cool Comms pushing E-Box fairly consistently now. Add all that to an AWP with Poseidon. We've seen what he can do on the CT side opping.
Towards A. This time around, are going to toss some utility. In this case, it looks just kind of like he's the utility man to get Poseidon into position to hold the line. He can then pull back away or maybe allow a push further forward. Actually going to cycle a smoke in front of A main. A lot of presence up behind it, and that's allowed for mid to be attained for Kraken. A dicey location to try and take fights in, but Cajun's been so consistent with it.
Quick route. Straight into that B side, but the Molly's going to do quite a bit of damage. They run past it, and Cool Comms has to contain his spray once again. His drop lands a beautiful HE there. Gets his rifle out in time. There's not a lot of close by help here, so a chance to actually stick in the digits for Sauce Boy.
I recover the bomb first and foremost, though. And there is a lot of question marks about where these guys could be located as that time starts to expire. The flank should be denying it for Cajun. There it is. Does so. Actually, a solid enough hold out of Tsunami, despite the complications towards the end. Double spray down out of Cool Comms, and drop ends up with 2. We're running out of ammunition.
Well handled. I mean, that's a lot of pressure. Even though it's up against pistols, you're looking at the work that you have to do on Tsunami for those B players, Cool Comms and Drop. You know, in a 2v5 with your closest rotate being a player nearby camera on A. So pretty much have to go that positive, otherwise it could be a bit of a concerning gun picked up situation. Finding 4 kills though between the duo is fantastic.
Don't think that Kraken got any indication about that AWP either. Obviously the money there, but
I think you're right there. I mean, maybe you expect it, but you might be onto something there in terms of not expecting it. Still, you're not seeing a lot of initiation in the early round for Poseidon with that op. As I've highlighted here, his positioning has been very forward-facing. Flashbang to fight through E-Box. Oh, and finally, Cool Comms gets collected on the opening initiative there. Fire ends up trading thing out, but Drop put up to the task once again, and with the amount of resistance on A crumbling, this time you will have to see that reality as a bomb gets ushered into this B site. They have to pull off a retake. Cajun ignores all caution. Fire sticks behind him. Likely to be known that he's around this corner. At least the idea should be in the minds. Molly goes in. He reveals himself. Now no secrets about his position and struggling to break through. Whoa, sus boy. He chases him down in the fire. He lives on 1 HP. Manages to find the kill. Okay.
Crazy that he doesn't. Crazy that he doesn't go down there. It all actually starts off, you know, more than anything with that E-Box kill, though. Fantastic pre-aim. It was out of Tanner, but that and Tsunami not getting an inkling about Juice Boy, who was tucked deep in the basket in A main. He got there without being seen, it would seem, and ooh. Hooker. I don't know how he lived the first time. There's a lot of questions I have.
What happened? Oh, so many questions there, but not a lot of fear. Drop. Tap it away.
Ooh.
HE will force him to dance here. What is happening in this exchange there? Just a little back and forth. That's this middle control being poked through there. Fire gets caught a little surprised, and Cajun looking to save the day. Both be able to step through. Juice Boy with that AWP is going to bring some that sniper work into the mix. Poseidon will push past the smoke, gets in and out like a ghost, but he has to worry about the B site. Vulnerable. Didn't expect the lurk through from Sauce Boy. Bomb has a long mission into this B site, and Cajun has to meet him there.
They're gonna go. He's gonna go all the way around as well. So following in the footsteps of Tanner, he's returning the bomb to the site. He'd hope to plant it on. This is going to be quick. Cajun's position. The problem is that Sauce Boy's been here for so long. Do they start to anticipate this? No.
Ooh.
Doesn't seem like it. Not a chance. Sauce Boy spotted. Headshot is in. Low on bullets. It's only 6. But Tanner's HP, he's only in need of 1. He's going to tap. No, hold on this bomb. Is it a full 10 second that Cajun's going for? Oh my gosh.
Way.
He's pulled it off. 10 seconds straight that he sits on that bomb to give Tsunami the round and Cajun the clutch. Hot damn.
Balls of steel right there. I can't believe that Cajun goes for the full 10 seconds, but he knows the call out had to have been made there that his opponent's low, and when you have that low HP opponent, he's gonna try and use that bomb as an extra teammate as opposed to using his body in the fight. And sticking that, knowing that your opponent's low, that is just brain power used against Kraken in full effect, and then gets to close out the kill as a cherry on top and an extra round ripped away in the 2v1 clutch. And that is the sort of clutch factor again that Cajun was trying to carry them forward into that last map with. He was bringing through that energy, that level, but this time again you're setting the foundation up as opposed to trying to build back into this map, and trying to rally the troops behind a clutch like that shouldn't be too difficult.
Absurd break off there from Cajun, man. A lot of info. Tsunami just picked up that flashbang. This Cool Comms entryway into E main. Cajun eating a lot of flack on the HE. They still keep going, taking space. Anytime they lose a little bit of it, that's something that Tsunami do well on this map. Now Cajun stuck in there, but they don't turn, they don't look for him. Now he's got support. Poseidon arrives on scene. The swift rotation has been something Poseidon has had every time coming in to support Cajun. Whenever he loses that mid control, it's Juice Boy alone in the clutch, but a 1v5.
Yeah, floating around like that with the rifle here actually more efficiently than the op. He's where he needs to be with the A1S and you know, using that gun with the mobility as well. He's always running and gunning, connecting on these shots, so. Either way you have it, you know, I was thinking it relied more on his ability to bring that op out, but right now Cajun has stepped up in individual form. It really is just a full team effort. Cool Comms has had a lot of great holds. Drop and Cool Comms and a combination effort have been working really well towards B. Fire, as we highlighted, is kind of limiting the options by being such an efficient anchor on that A side, and it is not easy to do what Tsunami's doing right now on this defense. I mean, you can go ahead and talk about, you know, that 10-2 matchup that Kraken's had to come back into, and that just showed the efficiency of their T side on this map, of how effective they can be. It didn't end up working in favor of them, but you know, they made Regain work for that win on the second half on that T side. So Kraken, a good T side team, just can't break through the deadlock at the moment.
I think this was a good adjustment out of them, though. They've noticed how active Tsunami like to be in E-Box or even in main early into these rounds, and so they just stack it up.
Ugh.
That's less of a good decision. Really want to get up in their face, and they ultimately pay the price. Fast flank out of Cajun, and Shirax, he's seen that happen one too many times. Not be covering it. Smoke in their face, and Drop still forces his way out. They're spamming in that smoke, but as it fades, he's gonna get them both. Drop ×2 as he approaches through Pillar. 4 survive, and the last 2 are out in B main. This bomb, it might have been planted, but a 1v4.
Slow HP on the diffuser, but he doesn't get to turn the corner far enough to find out before Poseidon will run him down and rub it in. Tsunami collapsing in on this offense so effectively. As you could highlight, I mean, that E-Box push may be a bit of an overextension, but you want to take some map control. But Drop, what he does working through E-Box again. If you're going to win on these B sides without the numbers. These guys are holding off on these B sides and pulling through retakes, playing on 2 with 2 players. So Tsunami's defense has been very A and mid-centric and leaving B high and dry in a lot of these rounds, but that multi-kill from Drop comes through. It completely changes the tone. As now we got a collapse in the canal side. A little 1-for-1 action in the early stages. Fire wants to fight forward though. He wants to go through the smoke. He's nearly past it at this point. He's jumped on top of the boxes. His head hasn't peeked through. What is happening?
There's a flash for this. I think that... Oh no, he's not gonna get that flash.
Waiting for the smoke to fade. Oh. A little bit of whiffage there. I don't know what happened.
Oh no! Oh, his Drop. Not seen anybody there. Great on the spray control. He can't get a second. It's still relatively even. As Poseidon has to respect the fact that B has fallen, at least in name, not in reality.
Oh yeah, I mean, they had to have heard Poseidon Thunder stomping it over into that B side of the map. Sop's still a bit of an unknown quantity, it seems, though, and we'll see if they prepare. This will be the perfect way to encapsulate the rest of this half here. Poseidon stepping into the first kill. Some follow through. Here's that temple smoke being tossed in, or camera rather, and that's going to force him forward. Underhanding the flash straight through it. Smoke to bounce off as well. He wants to go in on this action. Taking some initiative, but clotheslined on the inbound there. Tanner on low HP. It had to be a quick headshot, and it was.
A relief at the end of a half that at 8-4, there's few on the CT side that will feel better than that. Particularly on Anubis. The fact that it could be so reliant on both Cool Comms and Drops activity on B. So many times you can get stuck on that B site, essentially both like back on plat or on the site proper, where you're dealing with 2 different areas in a crunch that's difficult. Never did that happen to those 2. Help Tsunami to get 8 rounds. Goodness. pull up for Chirax, man.
Put a quick into this one, it seems. Tried to take the contact approach. I think they wanted to hold on to a little utility that they did have for as long as possible. I think that's always a tightrope that you have to walk in terms of where you use your utility and how much space you can get without using your utility. And there you can see if you look a little silly contact walking without a flash and a main, but when you only have 2 flashes and you want to use it on the execute, makes sense there. Four HEs, 5 HEs actually. What do you got planned for this one? Where's the tactical missile landing?
Bucks.
Oh, looks like it. Yeah, he's out of there. He's out of there. Yep. Let's go ahead and stay as far away from that as possible. Send one back in this direction. Do they get him for it? No. No, not quite. Tanner holds the line here. 4 HEs, 5 HEs rather head his way, but 4 fall at his A1S.
Impressive that he gets out with 1 on that initial swing and then gets away with his life too. Even more so when he stays alive for the long con. MP9s is what Kraken take into the first gun round here, but be just okay with that. Tsunami, I think, from my recollection, typically pretty big fans of more defaulty approaches as you would expect on this map on their T side, but they don't have a lot of utility. They've expended the vast majority of it already, and that was limited to begin with.
Oh, just boy, a little lackadaisical. Thought it was safe and sound there, but there's quick trades available. This cool comms cracks in. And I tell you what, the job for Chirax, it's not going to be easy. He's got to rely on his teammates who are outside looking in on this smoke. Fire, aware of the possibility of this A main presence. And he's just distracting. He's just distracting. He baits him out perfectly. That is clinical and cruel. Numbers punched in. Tanner, desperate motion through the smoke is not going to work. And that's going to call the round right there. That is sickening right there. Fire baiting him forward. So familiar with the confines of that A main position. Knows what he has to do to shake up the defenders.
And that's why, you ever wonder why a lot of times you're looking to put your A player who's typically in those types of positions in that same spot on the T side. That right there is why. A little bit more of that familiarity, that comfort, where you just know the timings. You understand, okay, there is an A player here. Where is he? Fire knows that there is just only so many spots he can be without being seen. Little details that make the difference in the game of Counter-Strike often. I think there is some solace that Kraken can take in that. They still have money for the buy, particularly with the save gun. This is not immediately them losing track of this CT half.
A little more passive in the approach this time for Juice Boy in this mid hold. Very passive, and it costs him dearly. It's just so much space given over before the initial resistance. That was something I highlighted there. How much ground can you gain contacting before the utility, before the position is finally revealed? And that's exactly what Tsunami wanted to get away with right there on the pistol. Taking that amount of control before ever meeting any resistance. But by then, it's a little too late. And I think Juice Boy takes a big confidence hit, just one round prior, kind of losing his life towards middle. Has to pick up the pieces in the next and play a little more passive.
All strings together, and in this fashion, Tsunami stringing something together on the T side. Once again, though, there's good news along with the bad here for Kraken. They do still have money to work with when you're talking about these guns they save. It isn't going to be perfect, far from it actually, but they got options. They can buy behind this, or they could even hold on. Try and put these into good positions to save it into the next round, and that's what they'll do. But that's some great calling. Once again, Cajun putting himself at the forefront. Take that mid space like he did basically the entire CT half. This time on the T side. Tsunami really anticipating Kraken to be fully invested behind this, and they're not far off. Very committed towards A. Efficient in the way that they've taken main. They're just going to exec, pull the trigger.
Ooh, there's just too much resistance offered up there. This time around, there's just so much ready to go in defense. Long-range MP9 spray to seal the deal on a trade, and Kraken get the numbers where they need to be in time. Plenty of them. 3 players on that A side when you're running it down. Even if you got good utility, it is going to take a lot to break through that crossfire that they had triangulated.
Especially when the guy at orange is like fully playing anti. He is turned all the way around. Feels like to me that Tsunami have been very clear about their intentions from the beginning of these gun rounds. Not taking the time to try and spread out more of a default. This is the first time they've sort of gone for that, but only after an initial loss. Sauceboy goes 1 for 1. Cajun's got a lot of space.
I think he's still trying to give them other routes to work through here. But he's got, you know, essentially a 50-50 clear. Now both sides, it's a 0% chance that he walks out successful. How does he come out with the kill? He comes out with 2. He breaks a 180-degree crossfire and breaks all the odds now. A 1v2 clutch for Zoker spotted, revealed, and repositions. Cool Comms and Fire look to swing them together, but they can't get it twisted correctly. And it ends up being Zoker that pulls the clutch on back from the brink. It was just calamity of odds-defying kills coming through here. But Kraken, again, fighting in this comeback.
I mean, that's absurd. Tsunami positioned well, actually, in defense of that, too. Just Zoker a little bit deeper than they had anticipated. Kraken come away with it after a whole bunch of losses there, too. Now, 2 rounds in a row where they lose handedly. Barely look like they're in the round, but they get 2 saved guns, plus a 3rd in the second. What saves them? Oh, Tanner. Unfortunately, Molotov himself out of position. The nice Cajun the kill reward, though, so who really won?
True. Gotta be thinking money. Money moves. Zoker tossing in some HE to try and hold down the line, keep that AK, or other A1S out of the hands. These pistol players. Cajun has been just absolutely fearless on this T side. With the amount of control that they have in E-Box, you would think it's going to be in that direction. It does actually seem like they're heading that way.
And it might be perfectly timed such that Kraken start to give up some of that space. This is a good posture from them. Just creating some space away from the pistols that they know can run them down easily. They just got to get Fire into position, who's got the one smoke and a couple of flashbangs they're going to utilize to get onto site proper.
Some nice offered up kills from Zoker, who's staying mobile with this rifle in hand. Has to chase down this last Tech 9 and uses that mobility as he entries on into this B site successful. He just stays on the move, finds kills throughout E box and B main. And a bit of a awkward start there. Wonder if he had the left-hand view model, if he would have gotten it off more comfortably.
Maybe.
I don't know. It looked like his right hand just hit the wall, and so he couldn't get a nice throw in. But if he was left-handed, you know, he could have got that one off just a-okay.
I don't know if that's how it works, but you know,
that's just science.
Some sense. I was gonna say you're making some sense though.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you. That's at least what I needed to hear. You know, maybe CS doesn't work that way, but
you know what, Tanner made a big mistake in that last round. Could have complicated matters. He gets away with the opener in this one. A little bit of a righting of the ship from the previous.
To feel good. I mean, especially when every mistake at this third map is amplified. Zoker clotheslines Cajun, a player that has been a menace in middle. Someone that's not fun to deal with. Just a peek from Sauce Boy as well. And we're looking at two very dominant CT side performances here. Still chopped up to be only a single hiccup so far for Kraken on the CT side. That they have patched up big time. You know, being able to get more active towards mid, succeeding in that department, being able to hold down the line for some of these aggressive duels, as I highlighted, can be so difficult, but they have solutions. How can you close it out? Two healthy players on this A-side defense to deal with here, but they read into the setup pretty effectively.
Had that Molotov, but Poseidon escapes. Rather, allowed for Shyrex to escape. Unfortunately, doesn't get the value he was hoping for from that. And it's another couple of kills out of Zoker in this round. One really impactful one against Cajun in middle. And a guy that I highlighted at the beginning of this map, talking about where I've seen him very comfortable on Anubis specifically for this team and others. And I think we're seeing a lot of that. Be too clutch. Massive 4K. Now a couple of high impact ones to tie the game up.
Yeah, and so far I feel like the biggest success story I've seen is Cajun trying to entry through middle. That's been some of the better signs of him. Now he's trying to entry towards A and change things up a little bit, but they have to layer in the second phase of an execute. Not an easy task here as the flashes continue to rain in. Cajun does it again. Another entry flowing through his Tech 9. Picks up a rifle. Cajun on a tear. But eventually gets taken down. Site is technically claimed, though. It's just about punching in those digits safely and the gun, or rather the bomb getting tossed to fire so that Poseidon can provide coverage with a rifle. He doesn't last long, though, and fires back against the wall with no gun other than his Tech 9 to work off of. Overwhelmed by the numbers, the Molotov's heading his way, and it's going to be Kraken sealing the lead right here.
No, for a round where Tsunami were very dedicated to hitting that A site for, you know, what had to be explosive. With the utility and the pistols that they had, not exactly happy with the spacing that they were working with. Seemed like they were a little bit more disjointed than they should have been.
Yeah, you need to have someone finding something alongside Cajun, who was just so far ahead and had so much success. I'll tell you what, though, this is the exact point in which Kraken last time got no more rounds. Do you think that lives in their head at all? This same scoreline of 11-10.
It can't be. You
It felt
can't
like
let it.
it felt like more so an individual rising to the occasion from their competition and regain more than their own mental collapse, but they pull the comeback off in the second half to an 11-10 scoreline. And then they call a timeout at this point. It's a CT side timeout called, so I don't know if there's any sort of feeling in that department.
Well, I mean, here's a different angle. Zoker, for the first time on map, has an AWP. Hasn't had it once, otherwise that's not true. Picked it up off the body of Poseidon one time on the T side. Didn't really get to utilize that much while it's in the next round. This is the intention clear. They're putting him in position towards Ebok. Take a look. Unseen. Goes Tsunami. Finally, Tsunami start to kind of approach this game in a more typical fashion for them. Worried about, a more slow round. Have a lot of B presence, but they've taken a lot of space at E-Box. Of course, as per usual, it's Cajun out in mid.
Interesting. Here's Zoker with the op. Lands the headshot. Walks right into it. Clothesline, but look at this Poseidon double entry. 5 HP, but it lives to tell the tale of a round that could be. Smokes in as well. That HG, is it going to do it? Is it going to do it? Just takes his chances. Trying to pull through a clutch, but ripped away by the hands of some utility. So now it's just Drop. Trying to make a move here before they collapse in on him. There is no smoke. That's going to be a bit of a problem. That's going to be a concern that he has to work through. And time's ticking away slowly but surely. Multiple kids in play, so that's going to help. But he does step forward for the first kill. Lets him walk into his crosshair. Another one coming through. Can he actually do it? He does! As Zoker looks to hunt him down, Tsunami are revived, and they get their 11th.
Well, this was all so right. It was all so perfect. Even the weaknesses of yesterday, which was the lack of E-Box presence for Kraken, that really hurt them on the CT side all throughout yesterday. And yet, still, they do enough, or at least it should have been. So very passive, trying to get everybody into position from 3 different angles, and they wait too long. Let Drop just sit back and wait for them to come to him. 1v3. Drop. Hero alongside Cool Comms with that CT half on the B site. He does it again. Same location from the T side.
It was an individual step up last time. They had 11 rounds on Anubis. As Drop have a whole lot more where that came from is the question. Unbelievable step up.
Oh, and look at what we're doing again. Where have I seen this before? You got Cajun leading the charge. Just dry creep up, but he's got the Opera right behind him. And oh, that's perfect. Zoker thinking that that might be a location he can take advantage. No, Juice Boy tries again, and it's not like this. Surely, Gyrex, he's got to do it all. MB9 in hand, but Drop's got his number. He's dialed it in, and they're about to do the same to the bomb on A site, where Kraken have to save.
You can't make this up, man. their money's so low. It's so devastating. I don't know if they were getting that sort of mental hurdle left up to their own devices here, though, is Tanner and Sauceboy. And a perfect call coming late in the game here from Cajun, who has been leading the pack for so many of these entries, but finally having Drop step up. 2 kills alongside his op that opens things up. And maybe, last time it was Zukar that was breaking them down. This time it's Drop in their head. Living rent-free. Just as they think they've crossed the finish line, just when they pass them and complete the comeback, you still can't smile yet because the job is not finished. And now Tsunami retake the lead.
Tell you why I'm smiling, though. I'm such a big fan of Cajun's call there to go back to the contact mid that he's been doing all half long, finally started to get punished for it. And what has he got? He's got Poseidon's op right behind him, walking it up with him. It's so nice.
Yeah, I mean, 3 other riflers there. Such an efficient way to take it. And that was the way that they got that early round, you know, got up to double digits. Was, you know, Cajun leading the pack. He's trying to do it again. He's been so effective at finding these entries and providing his teammates space, but also getting a lot of rotates here towards the A side. He is fearless, looking to lead by example, looking for a headshot there, creating chaos in this round, and getting help from his teammates with the Molotovs. But when do they finally strike there? There's just smoke and mirrors as the reroute instead heads in, and they lose their leader, but they still force a lot of rotations, and Zoker thought the coast was clear. That's not the case.
I was gonna say they gotta get a move on, but realistically, they're moving back out towards A. Oh, but fire goes down. That's devastating. Well, Drop's got it really all on his shoulders.
He's gonna do it again. Just might. Drop could do it again here. He could be the reason that he rips the success away. Sauceboy turns just in time to protect his brother, but poking through the smoke and a multi-kill ahead of Drop. No man's land here, but they still fight through this one. It has to be Drop in a 1v3, but Shyrex closes the net, and Kraken not gonna fall victim to an individual step up once again. They shut down Drop, and they stay alive on Anubis.
Tsunami really falling victim to their own devices here, to be honest with you. Seemed unsure of what they wanted to do. A little pause and disjointed in such that Tsunami taking, some individuals continuing forward whilst others moving back towards B. Could have been Drop, maybe even should have been the position he was in, but Shyrex, I think, often in a pretty difficult location as the A player. Really had enough of it. 4 kills that last round. One of the first times we're going to see 2 ops actually out.
Feels like this whole game. I mean, obviously we talked about the ops kind of being missing for Zoker, but an opening duel not missing. Traded out with efficiency, but they don't know fully about Juice Boy. He shoots early and quick, but Poseidon fights back here with a couple of quick shots of his own. That lightning flash flick gets him through this round with an advantage now. Mully keeps Zoker at bay, so he's on the outside looking in.
So devastating for Zoker to be in that position specifically too. It's so hard to break through. Hey, it's a third molly. Rotated. Thought it was a flash, but Cool Comms adjusts and still comes back. Zoker may have a kit, but his op means that this 1v3 isn't really viable to begin with, so shrinks away that possibility. The guy who's been so incredible here for Kraken late into this game has to try and save.
I mean, at least gets to hold on to that AWP, as you said, has to call it a day, call it a save, and Tsunami start off this T side successful. Incredibly so. Bringing through that early efficiency is not something you want to see if you're Kraken. You want to get right back into winning ways, maybe trying to build up a little bit of momentum, but those calls have been crispy. But having Poseidon now being able to have a lot of impact T-side opping, it's more of a fear factor that you have to deal with.
Odd to overtime. Tsunami up by 1 now. First round of OT goes their way. Tsunami very much just kind of waiting, watching. Any forward position. Zoker sees nothing in mid, and that's actually a pretty odd situation. That's not been very often that that's happened. 2 lined up. Tanner can only get the 1. Fire's got their number over on A, and on the rotate, cuts them up.
get no legroom into this retake at all. Zoka left in a familiar stance. In safe formation. But with his line of safety being cut off, he's going to have to fight for this AWP. And fight forward he does.
Wait a second.
The opposition's been cutting off his retreat, but in reality, he's on the bomb. Is he going to be able to stick this? Here's the question. He gets knifed instead. A little bit risky right there. All things considered, having the op as the closest point of contact, that could have gone severely wrong, but knifes out for Poseidon seals the deal, and Tsunami regain control here in overtime and just go back to what's been working, and that's using drop as this efficient entry.
You'd asked the question previously, you know, Kraken, you one step away from that reverse sweep and then fail. What does that do to you? How about same but in overtime? Whoa, that one honestly been a gimme for Poseidon all series. Rare miss.
Surprised to see that one not connect them right there with you. Missing out on that opening opportunity. A bit of a bummer there. Knows he would have liked to step up with a man advantage and be someone that's able to help out Cage and help out Drop in these opening duels.
So isolated though on B.
It's another situation where this site is completely understaffed, and we've seen just last round what happens when that's the case. Molly's head in their way. How much utility do they have to return fire? As the execution lies in, those rotations need to be quick, and they need to provide some sort of capabilities of locking down this defense, but instead the trades favor the T's, and into the site they go. More contact being taken. Zoker misses his shot with the opportunity on the AWP. Smoke doesn't get blown open by that HE either, and he can't track it around the smoke here. The spam continues to dwindle him down as he gets chased by Cajun. The kill eventually comes through, and it's a sweep of the half as Drop does it again. 3 kills in this round, and his takeover and these last 6 or 7 have been phenomenal.
I mean, he's set up for success in this one. He's the second or third guy coming in, and he provides those entries. Absolutely incredible. And I mean, I'm going back to some weaknesses here for Kraken, but I think it's something they really got to be looking at now after both yesterday and, or a couple of days ago and today, is that their weaknesses on E-Box. I mean, they really struggle. Tsunami has been unopposed in taking that space so very often. Doesn't matter that Zoker's been going crazy here. Drop doing the same.
Okay, he's trying this tightrope walk once again. Last time he got 2 for his troubles, this time only a single. But of course, he's not left on an island here. He's got help in Cool Comms who can't escape Tanner. He knew he needed to make a play. Try and provide some relief. At least keeps it level at a 3v3. Now, not without having to sacrifice a little bit of information about your setup, but happy to walk away in this 3v3 with so much time to cook this round through. Fantastic follow-up there. Tanner dropping, stepping into the bomb site. Sauceboy has some fight in him here. So does Poseidon, though, dropping in to E-Box. A lot of utility to cross safely and make sure that you don't fall victim to this AWP. Poseidon thinking about sneaking through the smoke. That's what he'll do. Up against Sauce and Juice Boy. We'll see what sort of resistance they can offer in this clutch. Do they step forward here into that op scope just as he zooms out? That's when they step into the line here. It makes this clutch so much more difficult.
Thinks Juice Boy's gone back close onto that smoke. Instead, he's played it safer way all the way back. That early round out of Tsunami, you saw the motion, you saw the ideas formulating in their head. The flash and the HE onto T steps. All that's to set Cool Comms into position. And as much as that was an effective strategy, especially when you're you're getting so much aggression in mid with Cajun, it leaves you a 3v3 that makes it very difficult to set up plays together. So Poseidon's left wall clearing mid alone, drops in a similar position where he's just taking a duel in E-box on a timing. So that's just not a recipe for consistent success. A lot to go wrong, and we saw it happen that way in that round.
Fire got a flashbang set up, I'd imagine. Poseidon with the utility, but it depends on how quickly they dispense that said utility. He's past the flash, though, in the spray. He goes by one. Manages to collect a single, but Sauceboy punishes severely. 2 entries on in. Extra support from Cajun, but the trade is swift. Sauceboy not ready to give up on this map and series. Eager to avoid the 0-2 start in the Swiss stage. There's still more fight left in Sauceboy here.
Advantages of the utility going to be utilized there. Just a single flash left for Sauceboy. Great incendiary. It's going to force them out. Sauceboy gone, and Chirax in the clutch. Dodges out on the nade, but there's a smoke beyond the bomb, and the op recovered. Won't even need to put that into usage. It's 16-13, and it's happened again. Twice in a row here in the Swiss. Close, but no cigar for Kraken as Tsunami make their way out of this one with a win.
Yeah, I really do hate that for Kraken, as it's a bit of a shame. It's twice in a row here on Anubis where they come back and show so much mental resiliency in a half that falls over, step into the second and punch all the way back into a game, just to fall at those final hurdles to, again, an individual step up. And it's fitting that Drop is the guy here for Tsunami that gives them the last kill, because he's one of those individuals alongside Poseidon, alongside Cajun with the calls. That trio played so effectively when the going got tough and they needed some star power there. Those 3 got them through that game in a difficult fashion, and a lot of credit to closing that one out, because it wasn't an easy job. But again, you know, it has to be difficult up against this Kraken team. It's a shame that they go down 0-2. I hope to see them fight back as they are in a kind of an elimination stance, but still, for the other side of things, it's exciting for this team and Tsunami to kind of gain some steam and momentum.
Yeah, I mean, I think on the plus side, a lot of winnable games out there, at least potential winnable games, as we are just starting to set these second round Swiss games in motion. But yeah, I think Tsunami on talking of what kind of drove them to that success, obviously Drop a big factor in that, but I really gotta credit Cajun's calling too. I really gotta, I mean, his calling, and in tandem where he's putting himself, positioning himself in a spot where he's kind of has to make the difficult plays, you know, opening up bomb sites, opening up mid so consistently, and you know, more often than not he was doing that. I think that's, you know, number one, a really interesting spot to put yourself, just because it's one where you're often sacrificing a lot as an in-game leader, but then to be able to pull that off and convert those positions into victories, I think that he deserves a lot of credit too.
Yeah, I mean, no question there. Full team effort in trying to bring that one back there and closing it out. It just felt like that cohesion, alongside I think still a bit of mental fight that Kraken felt under the pressure of the potential, you know, same thing happening to them once again. There's got to be some sort of mental feeling. It wasn't that long ago that it happened, so knowing that that's the fight that you had to face once more has to be fresh in their minds. But yeah, I again, like you said, a lot of winnable games in the future. Hopefully we get to see them fight back, because they're a team with a lot of grit, a lot of heart. But that's obviously, you know, all that we have in store for this first best of 3. You can see a little bit later down the line, we've got Aether versus Lotus FE. A pretty exciting matchup, watching Aether play up against that maybe getting info TSM potential roster there. They took a tough loss, and of course Lotus FE taking a tough loss yesterday, but looking to bounce back stronger. But we will be bouncing back from that last series, a pretty electric best of 3, by sending it to a quick break. And once we come back in about 15 minutes or so, we'll be ready to hop into the pregame for our best of 3 to close out the night. And welcome back. Thanks for sticking with us here so far as we hop on into our final series of the day. An exciting one to close us off here. We have Aether taking on Lotus FE. I've been looking forward to this matchup here. Obviously, it's a chance for Aether's squad to bounce back after a tough loss up against some really exciting competition. And then, of course, Lotus FE interested in getting right from what happened yesterday.
Yeah, a loss to MCS is what they were weathering the storm of as well. And you know what? I think some good opportunities for a couple of these FE rosters as well here in the CCT North America, to kind of chop and change with some of the bigger dogs. And I think Aether is a team that we kind of saw some of the difficulties that they have, a couple days ago. I think it's very, there's some weaknesses that they have here, but they definitely have a reworked roster that I'm excited about. So yeah, I think this could be an interesting one. One thing that I'm also interested in seeing is once again getting a peek at this Soul Goat led squad. Him and Atomic been kicking it around for forever now. Like, is that a duo that will ever be brought apart? I don't know. But adding MJB, adding Dens, adding Promise, I think that these are all solid pickups to what was a team that maybe had a lack of direction last season.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, like they're gunning for results here. They're gunning for those deep playoff runs, and I think, like you said, with the like history of now at this point, Soul Goat and Atomic that have been kicking it together for quite some time. I mean, it is just two really hard to fill positions that have experience. I think that also bring like a certain floor of like ability to work within their roles. So, not a bad idea to have the foundation being set for those two individuals and then trying to build around it, right? It makes a lot of sense when you find comfort with your IGL, when you find comfort with your op presence. And then you have to bring in riflers to fill in those roles, which this formulation of a team, like seeing them still be able to put up a decent little fight on Ancient just a couple days ago, it was fun to watch them rise to the occasion up against some very tough competition. I just genuinely think they got pretty outgunned in a certain sense, and like that isn't all that surprising when you're going up against a team like Getting Info that has a lot of hype and a lot of name power on it. But it does bode some questions as to, again, how much work you can do here, how much depth you have in this roster so far.
Yeah, and I think it's that floor though, especially that it can be super effective for Aether against teams that are kind of on the come up, that are looking to break through a ceiling of sorts. And I think that's what Lotus are looking to do here with this matchup, and just in general with this one, a roster that sort of new in some ways, not so much in other. Abby, who's leading this team, was with Shimmer / TSM for much of early last year. But it's sort of a combination of new faces like Cyclone, who's kind of getting their first look at a team, at least in the impact space from what I can see. And then some more experienced players like Tokus, who was on Aware last season and is going into her 4th season of Impact. Like, this is a team that has a lot of good pieces to it.
Yeah, and trying to build in, and like you said, just getting an opportunity to play throughout the Swiss stage is an excellent chance. Put up a really good fight. I had some close maps and matches up against that MCS roster, so the expectation coming into this one to continue that fight, try and press upon a weakened squad here that's kind of in a rebuilding phase up against the side of Aether, which I think they definitely press upon those sort of vulnerabilities. So hoping to see that in the server formulate here and see what they can do in kind of a rebuild phase.
Yeah, and I think that kind of leads into the question marks about this veto, because there's been some difficult spots for Lotus with some of the games that we've been able to see. So I'm also kind of curious about that one, but I also think that it's important to bring in younger talent, and I think that's what they're trying to do with Cyclone, just as one example, to this squad. So add to that Zazu, who's been sort of a younger but consistent fragger, and one of the last standing members of what was the previous iteration of this Lotus team from last season. All of these things combined give some positive signs. So I think leading into this, though, you have to take at face value that Aether gotta come into this as the favorites, I'd imagine.
Yeah, yeah, I would have to agree right there. Obviously, I think despite the kind of rebuilding that's being done, and despite I think Lotus FE making some upgrades as of recent heading into 2025, you're talking about still dealing with a team with a lot of experience, dealing with a team that has a lot of just key players with ECL experience, and then on top of that, like a lot of history in advance. So a very tough challenge ahead, but it'll be interesting to see what we have in the veto here out of the gates, see what things are going to shape up. Again, when you talk about like comfort territory here for the side of Aether banning into Mirage, I guess makes sense out of the gates there to see what they're electing into. My interest is what the first ban is. Is it going to be Nuke here from Lotus FE, which, you know, could be a potential ban out of the gates. They're going to go for Dust 2. And again, this kind of leads me to believe that they're going to see Ancient picked out by Aether. Not a big surprise for me in that department. And we'll see if Train maybe comes through, if there's been some work on the side of Lotus FE. Not going to be the case, instead of Anubis. And we'll see where things lead to a decider. Inferno is still up in the air. They're seeing whether or not Lotus FE want to leave it to a decider or not.
I think it's reasonable. I feel like we've seen like the big bands here have had to kind of come out targeting some of those, but just the last round ban leaves Nuke to it. What you were saying kind of felt like a scary spot a little bit maybe in the pool. For me, I'm thinking, you know, more along the lines of we've seen some positive signs out of Anubis, out of Lotus. I think that's sort of why they're able to, and why they, you know, have taken the decision to head that direction. And I mean, sort of limited upside, but as much as Aether are very strong on Ancient, I think Lotus have found themselves on 2 maps to start with that they're comfortable, which is important.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's going to be a big asset. On top of that, that third map, a little bit scary. I've just been like looking through some of the Lotus FE bans in the past, and you know, first banning Nuke in a couple of those Impact Cash Cups, and then second phasing banning Nuke in later iterations with the new roster changes. So interesting to see that. They've been banning Dust 2 pretty frequently now with some of their Impact matches, but yeah, I mean, maybe a new direction for this team in 2025 is more so based around comfort on Nuke, and that could be something of interest in the future. But we'll see what things take place here out of the gates on Ancient. Again, as I highlighted here, this is Aether's kind of home turf, Soul Goat's comfort territory when it comes to calling. And this is going to be a tough start for Lotus FE. We'll see the initial defense, that early contact, and the double up in Donut working wonders at the moment for the defense, but MJB still able to crack on through and find some success on this site.
Yeah, that double up inside a Donut proper was good setup. Zazu in position to have a lot of impact, and she does pick up the double. 3-on-3, nice tap out of Blair. Set this up. The lurk coming in from mid as well. This is very doable. The 1v3 now for Atomic to try and find a way back through, but have a way to get some 1v1s. There's a kit though on Blast. She's gonna hold the defuse, and Cyclone will make sure that there's no chance for Atomic to deny that. Lotus FE will pick up the first pistol.
Yeah, I mean, just calm and collected in that retake. Looking very comfortable. The double in Donut as well to back it up. Setting it into a 3v3. That's where maybe Chaos can step in there. But Aether not being able to close that one out and keep Lotus FE at bay on that post plant. A very effective late lurk there as well. I usually, you know, highlight Donut as the strongest post plant in this map. Like, if you get that position with the bomb planted on A, you're in a really good spot as a T, but having a late retaking player through that direction is a fantastic move.
And a move that will help them transition Lotus into this gun round, which is a lot more contested than maybe they had imagined. With the bomb plant allowing for Aether Cash to splash. Promise and MJB have the additional rifles. And on Soul Goat, a slow crawl, but one of interest to me, where Aether gonna have the bomb coming back to spawn here momentarily. And they're ultimately gonna get ready for a split towards A. This is very difficult to deal with when there's just one player here. form of Tokus, and she's going to go down. Cyclone will get back into position fast enough, and grabbing one and then getting away, so important for her.
Line up there doing a little bit of team damage, but more collapse rolling through. Bomb once again planted. Dens Baxton to a corner here. Struggling to fight out, but does manage to turn around and burn 2 quick kills. MJB low on HP though. Cyclone steps forward through CT and closes the net on the remaining. So they get past it. And that 2v4 situation, but Dens putting a serious scare on Lotus FE.
Yeah, but now,
I think that's going to keep the force buys going as well.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. They're now in position where they got a bunch of kills, they got the bomb down. Kind of makes sense to keep up the pressure. Yeah, that's what they're gonna go for. Everybody could get Galils, and they will. This type of weaponry, you'd think one of two things: something quick, something fast, or sit and wait for a very long time.
Right back into the force buys once again, right back towards this A side it seems. But Promise eliminated very quickly. MJB steps up to the plate though in a big way. Still player in Donut left to take care of. Tokus will fall, but Atomic gonna lock in those digits and plant the bomb. And they, again, establish themselves into very key post plants. A player in the back of Donut that you have to flush out. Gadfly on the mission, and again, manages to flush out Donut in a big way. The retake is successful. Lotus FE thriving in the retake here over and over again. Collapsing in on these players in the post. And winning some crucial duels in the mix.
Kind of feels like to me that we're not seeing Aether kind of work together in the way that I would have hoped. Yes, positioning good in these post plants, but very much isolated in so many instances too. They're having to rely on an individual to to win that duel, and that's been Lotus more and more consistently winning that. And finally Aether, similar situation, 3 surviving for Lotus, but a bomb down. Could have probably gone for another force, but they're just gonna take this half buy instead to give Tokus an opportunity to farm up a couple of frags out in mid. She's got a double.
Taking care of business. A lot of opening success from Tokus in the mix so far. Full control of this mid side. Those constant A plays here. They've been successful in punching in the digits, but in terms of winning these rounds, not necessarily the case. So I wonder if that's going to shift up Aether's long-term vision. As utility put on towards the B side, a little more passive in the setup. So, leaning on the retakes is not a bad idea for Lotus FE at the moment. They've been able to make it work over and over again. Why not try it once more here? Numbers punched in. Bomb planted, sets a timer up against Lotus. We'll see what they can do at holding down the line. Promise steps forward. The 3 kills on the tech, finally punished for the passive play. And all of those Tech 9 kills into a closing statement from Dens. Promise breaks through with 4 kills to introduce himself into the server and get loud for Aether.
Yeah, an understandable decision to play more passively, look for that retake, but a whole different sight is B than A with regard to kind of giving space. The more space you give, if Aether are of right mind to take it back, it's so difficult to reclaim. And I think Lotus FE found that out the hard way in that last round. And here's why Aether were going for those force buys so much previously. Look at how devastating that loss is for Lotus. They are back down to just about nothing on this force buy. Pistols and armor with MP9s at best. And Lotus take a 1-for-1, falling away in their mid-prong approach. Ooh, the spray, a little bit wild, and Soul Goat may have survived, but the rest of his team has died in the process.
Dens hits the deck quickly. They lose a lot of space, and there's not a lot of initiative off the back of that. You see so much information and the collapse coming through from those B aggressors, but look at what they're rewarded with. They're still in a standstill in towards middle, looking for re-aggression. And that re-aggression from Lotus FE, if it continues through Cave, might be coming through at the perfect time. Doesn't seem like there's too much more initiation in that department, but instead, routing through Donut here for a Atomic.
They have so much utility.
Back of Temple.
This lets them have a lot of space to work with on the site. Be able to comfortably get those numbers punched in, which they will. Back to these post plants. They've struggled with forward positioning for Solgoat, who was low, and now Atomic has to transition to big box. She'll get out.
Ooh.
Sleep with the wheel, but not that time. Just for the headshot, and now can just play a bit of ring around the rosy, but Gadfly will get up in his face. She's got another one in the round. That's 2, and the clutch in the 1v1.
Those retakes on A still working wonders for them in a fantastic fashion. Lotus FE zone in right back in return and bring back such a great level. We highlighted the low economy for them being a bit of a problem, but it's not that big of a deal for them as soon as they bounce back with MP9s.
Oh, it doesn't seem like it. Aether on the struggle bus currently. Their map pick down by 3. Trying to keep up mid and through B at the same time. It's sort of similar stances on both directions. Trade in either direction, but hey, MJB. The final piece of the puzzle. This B take.
Maybe the beachside retakes haven't been as successful. We'll see if they can change that now. Dens tosses in some flashes. Stokus moves her way out of Cave. Quickly dealt with, though, by Dens. Playing off that contact effectively. Cyclone moving in to try and close the net on the players remaining, but no more peeks given now. Not at this point. Sidearms in, 5 HP left. One bullet away from death there. Will eventually fall at the hands of Atomic, and Aether bounced back quickly as well. And we're getting this back and forth here. We'll see how long the CT side can survive in this low economy status. Right back into kind of double force buy, or double eco territory, so you're going to see a force buy here likely. I'm seeing, you know, Zazu low on economy kind of in that boat, but maybe straying away from it here. Maybe looking to pick up a weapon and save, and then I think they should be in a good spot still to buy.
Yeah, Cyclone's also pretty low on economy, but yeah, if they get a save gun, or you know, even without it, an MP9 will do just fine, as we've already learned.
True. Or USP for that matter. That'll work just nicely as well.
Azu, certainly one of the players to watch for this Lotus team. Picks up a little double dink, and Dens doesn't even get a chance to shoot back, really. 2 damage he provided was an HE at the beginning of the round. Haven't recovered that gun, though, and not interested in trying to ascertain if it is defended or not. Lotus, hold back. It's a slow crawl for Aether. Pretty strong. Soul going to join them eventually up mid.
Still 3v3 with Zazu, a bit of an unknown quantity at the moment. Elevated on the tree. Any more USP kills for her? Yes, stepping forward and finishes the job. Atomic hits the deck. Promise will land the trade, but Solgo's so far removed.
20 seconds.
They've yet to plant the bomb. Again, stepping forward. No coverage for A main. This is a huge problem. 15 on the clock now. Molly goes down on the site. Now Solgoat finally has coverage. Trying to keep his head on the swivel. And he will lock in the final 2 kills. Just the lack of any firepower there coming through from side of a Lotus FE in that 2v2 cost them dearly, but they really gave themselves a chance.
To be honest, Aether really lacking on some of that coverage you would hope, just not fully clearing angles there. That's what allows Zazu to get so freely away from that. On the initial pick, Cyclone gets hers. Just a, off angle, maybe even a strong word for the position she was in. And Zazu gets away with it again. That's fantastic for them, but question mark starting to brew as Zazu forces the issue. Smoke to the Molotov at Tetris, and that'll kind of force Aether to try and collapse towards B with that mid-aggression scene.
Promise knows a chance to step forward and step up on this B side. Let one slip, though. Focus already around the corner, and Promise doesn't register that at all. And the reposition, again, in a panic for MJB. Now, Atomic's going to beat him to the punch. We'll be able to lock in on this A side, but that has been Lotus FE's bread and butter. These retakes towards A, defending A. This has been a strong suit. Can they do it once more? Now with an AK picked up and recovered, they don't have any kits. Create some time pressure, and the double up back in towards A main now instead of anyone heading in the direction of Donut.
Should be all out in the open. A brawl, essentially. If they even check towards main, be in trouble. Gonna walk it up, and MJB gets confirmation. Nobody actually holding on that bomb. This round has already been completed. It's just a matter of crossing the T's, dotting the I's. I don't think time would have been there, but Atomic ensures that that doesn't work out in Lotus's favor.
Not gonna let that one slip at all. Able to at least come back and tie things up. Still a bit of a pricey round. That's that kind of MP9 double eco that we've been seeing. I mean, I've been seeing it quite a bit recently. I mean, you could do a lot with those MP9s, so it makes a lot of sense. Fast towards A once more here for the side of Aether. Slipping past the spam already and into the bomb site. So we're right back to how we started this game, and that's with more so retake-centric A plays.
Little delay, though. That Molotov in main actually forced the bomb to stall a little bit. And not taking any space towards Donut either. As they refresh the smoke in that position, just going to sit there and let Lotus FE have it.
This retake effort, flying past the smoke, they're able to combine quickly. Cyclone without a kit as well has a long route to that bomb and knows it's too far out of the picture. So Aether this time around hold down the line on this A side. Atomic wins by default. They're letting that timer do the heavy lifting and gather themselves up a lead now.
Lead, but a tight one that hasn't exactly been easy to pick off. Even in losing rounds, Lotus have made this difficult. Made them work hard for it. The eco, but Cyclone saved him for A1S. Will hopefully add additional pressure to this. Aether running it back towards A. Again.
Looking decisive. Spam through the smoke is heat-seeking from Zazu. And more damage done on the Dens, actually. Low HP. And look at this. Late coming through from Let. Grabs an AK. More troubles and gets to make a route into this A-side retake. Still going to be challenging. Again, that lack of a kit is going to cost them. But Focus finds a way through here. Temple taking two. Still Atomic now known as well, but the flashbang so perfectly placed and playing behind this big box. Atomic gets to dice up these duels. As Jins backs him up there, it's gonna be, again, another 1v1 save situation. Din survives, Bless survives, and Aether walk away the victors.
A nice late Molotov as well, I think, from Aether that helps deny Lotus the opportunity to pressurize that bomb with a tap, or even the possibility of holding it, even with the man advantage that they had. That'll help out big time. So a little bit of struggles for Aether trying to hold on to the A site once they get control of it in the early stages of this have turned into something a little bit better as we continue forward. The last round of this half is that's a nasty amount of utility damage to start. But even despite that fact, Cyclone is up in their face, and Soko has to call from the grave.
Back to this successful mid-battle. It's been another thing that's been working really well for Lotus FE. Late collapse, finally, Atomic punishes some of that aggression. But this motion through that B ramp side could save them, could bring even more success from this defense. Now positioning Blatt forward facing in the hold. A lot of information gathered. MJB lets one slide. Somehow Toka survives, and again Blatt thriving in that aggressive stance. See how they pick up the pieces here for Atomic and MJB now.
I mean, the problem is that the pieces are all over the ground. They're scattered, disparate, with the bomb dropped in the feet of Blatt. The other side of the map, Gadfly to support. MJB going on a fact-finding tour all the way around. Timing not in favor of Atomic, so Tokus will grab her frag. And now MJB, position well known. After he gets that kill, time expiring. He's going to be in a weird spot momentarily. It's the bomb. It's tight on time regardless, but eventually goes down.
Yeah, but being able to go in and start off round successful, gathering mid control, but then playing throughout the rest of that round very proactive as well. Not just gathering the wins towards middle, but then pressing on that B extremity as well. All very good signs here for Ancient. Exactly what you have to do to succeed on this map, and working it to perfection to get back into winning ways for the CT side. You see that bit of dynamic being able to be shown here now. Tech 9's in play with a UMP as well from Atomic. The Tech 9s have done some damage here in this half, but some good utility here already landed on top of that smoke being able to provide some relief for now.
Holding mid. Oh, that drop bird flashbang nearly caught on exit. Once again, Cyclone, similar to the last round. This time, she escapes with her life. Important, but Blad doesn't. MJB continues to find that spray. Now broken open is B. That flight. Here with the flashbang. That support from Tokus is so important. Sets her up for 2. Despite the disadvantage, Lotus still have themselves a very nice chance at this one.
Oh, Zazu. Oh my god! 3 quick kills out of Zazu to finish the job and seal the deal for Lotus FE. A fantastic finish at that. 2 rounds in a row to hop into that second half. All knotted up at the half here at 6s. A great start. And then finishing with a position of power right there on that 3K. It's got to bring you some confidence heading into this second half.
Yeah, I think that Lotus really showing up and surprising Aether in a lot of ways. How confident they're playing, first and foremost, but also the effectiveness of their team play. They've been able to go into those bomb sites whenever, even down at times. Been able to find retake success. Aether left wondering. See a pair of dualies in the B-bomb site, pair of dualies over in Donut. Looks like it might be MJB. Would have been here to bait him into the dualies, but Zazu, I don't think MJB spotted her.
I don't think so either. Not seeing any sort of rotation rolling through either. And overwhelming this B site. Now with the point of contact being cut off, but stepping into the Molotov creates some discomfort. Long-range duel. Zazu does reveal her position eventually. Promise still stepping forward on this flank, and there's a lot of discomfort right now in where they head. And the bomb is still maintained, I believe. Yeah, Focus has that. So a chance to punch in the digits and start a 1v4 here for a conversation, and Zazu does fall on the other side of the map. But again, at least a bomb play, at least. Anything extra with low HP on Solgoat, that's your one hope there, that maybe you can thread in a quick kill, but they're all running her down, and Tokus will be a bit overwhelmed there. Aether close out the pistol in the chaos.
That's an example of a situation where too much care can be a problem. Aether just kind of send it all together, bodied up, and that's the right move. Zazu in such a prime position, devastating that she doesn't get more or really anything out of that, considering the incredible timing she caught. I think it ultimately comes down to a couple of missed shots in mid, but Aether standing tall on B as well. You get away with that. Split-sided on the pistols as Aether will find theirs. Unlike Aether, oh my gosh.
The gun's
could have been 5 for
too.
deads.
It could have been, yeah. He just leans in on the HE damage, hoping that would do enough. You're exactly right. That could have been 5 free eeks right there.
Bro had the MP9. It was everything.
Yeah, it was perfect.
Needs to go to the Cole Exner McHenry Eco School right there, man. I learned. I saw the vision.
Rule number 1. Keep your gun out. When there's Glocks around the corner, the MP9 is always your best tool.
Unlike Aether, who was really interested in getting up in the aggressive force buys and such off the bomb plants, Lotus just take the eco, take the Glocks, and now they'll walk out together. Very healthy amount of utility too, so they really haven't had to take any concessions here, but they are late to toss in that smoke. There's Atomic and Promise potential space to work, and that is a mistake that I think Lotus are going to pay for. 3 kills before Aether really even have to step back into the A-bomb site.
Maybe not being able to close out on too many post plants, but defending this A site, especially with the smoke spam, kind of returning the favor in a big way, denying access here. Left last standing. As the fire burns in front of her, the smoke will plume, and every option really now cut off there. Solgoat so has the retreat. Thought he had the retreat. There you go. Eventually finds the kill. Just took him a little bit to warm up into the spray, and Aether carrying forward the lead.
Yeah, that all starts very well for Lotus. I like the call. I like where they were going. Unfortunately, I just think that, you know, took a step or two far forward before getting their utility out. Otherwise, you know, Aether would have been forced into a difficult decision whether or not to take those fights or to commit to, you know, playing the spam game. Instead, they could take the fights without having any risk. So Lotus pay a hefty price. Nines are going to speed things up as the mid crunch coming. Chunky nades both in mid. Nice adjustment there for Cyclone. MJP gets rocked, and Promise trying to jump out of the way. Well, Zazu, Takis are very low. Should make things easier for Atomic, but that flashbang, perfect. Got him off guard.
Provides enough space for a bomb plant. And it will. The 2 quick kills coming through from Atomic. And Soul Goat. That long-standing duo. Stepping forward and finishing the job. They move on up. 10 taking over the CT side at the moment.
This is Aether making a clear statement of some struggles, I think, on the CT side, but starting to bring this one back. Need to set the tone. Again, all the utility damage has kind of been a conversation. Promise taking a lot of it. That's damage, but falls. There's no follow-up, no backup there.
Soul Goat now looking to recover. The backup comes a little late. Oh, but backs are turned. Nice instant trade, though, from Tokas. That turns what could have been a deadly flank into just a one and done. So many backs were turned. 3v3 now. Surviving the trades early on for Lotus FE. See what they do in the 3v3. All the while, you can see on the mini-map there, MJB progressing on his flank. And looking to encapsulate this offense. Double up in towards Cave. They're going to meet in a head-on collision here. Lotus FE are going to walk into the position of strength here between Atomic and Black. Still cracks through it, but they don't expect to. How could you? As Dens will line up the double. And Cyclone on an island. To tear through whatever's left standing in her way, but Dens is repositioned and Dens stepping forward for the finishing headshot. Up going to be recovered. Aether continue winning ways on the defense.
Yeah, that's why you run that double up, right? Even though Lotus do a phenomenal job of clearing out Atomic on the initial, just had no idea, not prepared whatsoever for the second guy in there. He doubles him up. Kill out of Dens. Setting Aether in motion. What could be a quicker close. I think either of us probably were thinking after that 6-6 out. But still the chance here. This is the gun round. This is the one they need. That'll do. Zazu. She's got the opener. Ripping Soul Goat to shreds.
Back-to-back opening advantages here for Lotus FE. It's a great sign in terms of how they start the round. Zazu throwing some more utility, sneaking by the smoke and overwhelming the B defenders. They cracked their way on in. Oh my god, so many targets right there. As the connection eventually comes on in, there's still a bomb plant, but they're losing numbers. There's still a lot of damage done as well. 2 very low HP bars and left on half. So not just yet confirmed, even though at one point a brief little 2-on-5. Fought on into this one. Another kill coming through from MJB, doubling up in the cave side of things. A hopeful spam stepping forward. Atomic trying to provide coverage as MJB dives down the ramp trying to pick up a kid, I believe. Zazu will land the headshot on the run to seal the deal. But everyone falls just at the end. Lotus FE forced to get those rebuys in, but they're still happy with that first round converted here in the second half.
I mean, it's such an important one when you're talking about up against potentially a 12th round victory. So, especially when you consider that Lotus start that post plant with less than like 30 health combined from 3 players. We're gonna go fast onto the A attack. We saw this before. It's the instant side smokes as well. A lot of damage. Cyclone actually got to be careful here to stay alive. She's got the vast majority of the remaining utility for Lotus.
Well, the little utility that was on Gadfly used direct on target to finish the job on the Promise. Put this into a 4v5 in which I think they're interested in calling it a save. And meanwhile, Black, on a very late lurk, denies 2 saving players. The trade missing. Lotus FE, certainly not in the second half anymore. They have arrived onto the scene with a huge wake-up call.
And a massive denial. That double kill out of Blair. Late lurk through elbow side. That's incredible for Lotus because it means that there's really, I mean, I don't really think you can buy here if you're Aether. Turns what would have been a guaranteed additional gun round into an eco, almost certainly, unless they go crazy with it. Atomic and Dins, the 2 weapons that they'll try and put at the front of this to try and win it out regardless, but still, massive impact out of Blett.
Sort of extra damage. It changed the tides. Fantastic HE connected. Double kill. Oh my god. The collateral, I believe through the box as well. Solgo will eventually land the trade, but as the dust settles, a very smart move and quick motion in towards the B side set. I'm going to take a little bit to join forces, but Lotus FE taking control over this round. Who oversteps. Wait for that smoke to bloom, but there's a bit of a gap in it. And the advantage quickly lost.
Yeah, they've turned around fast. There's a flash. Potentially no. Okay. Going the long way around. They're still going for it. There's no kit. Bomb's halfway ticked. I don't know that there's really that much time to do this. Gonna have to just get on, stick it, 10 seconds is what it's required. But they've got the smoke on. Atomic has the coverage, and there's Solgo as well. That is out of nowhere for Aether. But they get away with 2 guns saved and a victory to push them to 12.
I mean, it also saves them in a big way right there. That I know that late rotation looked like it was a death sentence in that retake, but they have just enough time to still pull through that retake. Running through that smoke is certainly a death sentence, and you know they choose a route that I think is like a 5% success rate versus 0% running through that smoke, I guess, and it works out for them. As you said, the back and forth, the quick swings of these rounds ends up favoring Aether as they're now on map point. Lotus FE putting up a good fight on this T side after a little delayed start, but now up against 4 chances for Aether to look to close this map out.
Map that they selected. Map that they are banking on. So we'll go prize in a similar position that Atomic was previously cleared in this half. MJB in the form of support and backup. Some of the site. It's gonna get active. We'll go. Get the time to position. In the meanwhile, Lotus are slowly getting control of mid. What a great flashbang. Just mistimed. JB staying alive here. So important to get the bomb planted, and eventually they do. Zazu escaping as well into cave, but not unseen or unheard. Her position known.
Walked into a corner right now, painted into a box at the moment. Flashbang comes through, not gonna force him out. Goat chases down that kill and swings for another, but can't connect onto the follow-up. Bless still resisting and fighting, but now Gadfly forced into the 1v2. They expect her on the flank, but up the ramp she goes into the crosshairs of Atomic to seal the deal. 25 and 10 for his opping here in the second half, and a huge step up in the clutch there to secure Aether. A hard-fought victory here in the opening map, and again, this is a map that I highlighted. It's comfort territory for this team. So Lotus FE making them work for it here, but still closing it out in the end.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly everything I kind of wanted to see, though, from Lotus on their opponent's map pick. When you're talking about kind of setting up for a series that, I think if you're Lotus, you're looking for a 2-0, but I think more realistically, you're probably betting in for the distance on this one. I think very competitive, looked good, very winnable game too. And it was, you know, Aether, I think, end up making a lot more of those proactive moves when they get onto the CT side, build a little bit of confidence. It helps when you get the pistol win too. All of these little things that help build Aether up into that second half, where I think Lotus just start too far from behind.
Yeah, I would have to agree with you there. That kind of delayed liftoff coming through from the side of Lotus FE after the, you know, quick sort of coordination from that defense, starting off like 4 rounds to string together. It just feels like a lot of fight that you have to then come back from. You have to play that flawless Counter-Strike, and especially when you kind of start off in a couple of situations that you let slip, like you know, that situation for the B-side retake. It's very difficult to keep your heads into that game. But again, I mean, looking forward to now Anubis and what they have in store, seeing the foundation that was already set on what I highlighted is such a comfortable territory for this Aether squad. It's a good sign out of the gates here that they make them work for this win.
Yeah, and comfort as well for Lotus as we look towards Anubis, which is map 2 in this one. So with that one coming up, we're going to take about 10-minute break, and then we shall return for Counter-Strike right after this. hot out the gates. It was a super competitive first half on Ancient, and led into a little bit less so on the back half of that. But for Lotus FE, they lead that into their own map pick. So we look towards Anubis. Cole. What are you looking for? Like, what's the difference here between an Ancient and Anubis for you?
I'll say out of the gates though, I feel like pretty early on we're still missing some of the like team cohesion and protocols out of this Aether roster that I'd expect from, players at their level. You're seeing a lot of like missteps and I would say kind of struggles to unify their efforts there, especially in those post plans. If you're Lotus FE, you just want to continue to press on that because they took advantage of all of those moments in big ways. So I want to see if they can continue to develop that success and punish what is a team that's looking to build.
Yeah, and a build into a game where, listen, Anubis has been a map with some wins here for this Lotus team. Beating the likes of Shimmer in the Impact Cash Cup here relatively recently. It was a losing series, if I'm not mistaken, but still a map win is absolutely there. Some Brets against MCS yesterday. All of that leads us into the Lotus FE starting out on the CT side, where Aether are going to creep up on to the A-bomb site.
JB taking that early contact. Bless still in the back lines. All those flashes continue to connect, but Black steps forward with still being able to save her own life with that dualies kill. The chase down from the rest of the squad is in. They take Heaven control. Blasted out of the server by Gadfly. And Zazu's quick on this flank. The Tool Berettas used 3 guns versus 1. Making it a bit of a difficulty in pulling this flank off. They will give her a double swing. Send her packing. It's Gadfly. Looking to pull through in the 1v3. Can't quite crack on through the resistance. So Aether on the board early for this T side.
Yeah, I mean, that's just the contact play up in towards A. Actually, kind of funny, the play that we kind of saw go awry in our last best of 3 series. Not wanting to invest too much utility into getting that A main control. Aether get away with it this time, and those flashbangs that they save, oh so effective onto Bleh at Pillar. There's a lot of work done in that moment by those flashes, and follow-up is good. So with Aether taking that one. Lotus this time, though, on the CT side, go for a force buy. Now, this is a little bit of a more rare occurrence. How has Zazu gotten that kill? Dins just gets rocked.
That's a big start. Back to the wall, Cyclone. And Bled joining forces, though. And they send 2 players so early in towards A without much intention.
I think that they kind of get that contact over on B. Think that there's a lot less presence on A than there really is.
That early aggression sometimes makes you feel like there's a lot of resistance ready behind it, but that's not the case. Atomic will still be able to redeem this round in some form or fashion, but Gadfly and Blood looking to recover it. Quick 3 box. And there's that lack of coverage. So Atomic punches in the digits, but is left out high and dry as promised. The Galil stuck into a corner. Gadfly's gonna see him first. And able to best him in that duel there. So again, as I highlighted, Lotus FE doing exactly what they need to do to make this a more comforting map for them, and that's punish a lot of what Aether is doing in terms of breaking in the cohesion. And that's a prime example of it.
That's a Gadfly, or a Bled triple kill rather, excuse me, with the support of Cyclone she had onto the A site as well. Yeah, I just think Aether misreading the scenario there, right? Dens was quite blind as well, and I think maybe didn't quite understand how significant that B presence was, or how non-significant it was in reality. Aether bomb plant. That break open of the site by Atomic at least gives them something to work with in this round where they can buy back, and it's not just pistols and armor.
That is good news. Again, any defensive round that you can gather. I know that last series, that last best of 3 makes you think this might be the most CT-sided map in the pool, but
it's not.
In theory, it's not the case. So getting those early defensive rounds and then building up economy around it is so huge. A nice step up there for an early pick. His trades don't come through either, so JB, oh, what a 1D. Knows there's another close by, and now that allows for these players through middle to collapse in hot waters, but still defending, diving into the back of the site. Plenty of ammo left in that A1S, but overrun by the presence, the rotations, that supply line cut off by the mid players.
Gadfly, who had a duo last time out in play, now has to do it solo. She's got the first. The right start, but eats a grenade. Soulcoat and Promise separated. Soulcoat towards Kate primary, and Promise able to hold for the creep up. And some good micro that you tend to expect from Soulcoat in a clutch. Just not peeking when not needed.
I mean, obviously a small detail, but he just did the smallest little stutter step back over into the safety of Cake. And if he's still in that position where he started that clutch in that 1v3 and he's just dead for free. So a smart little motion there. I mean, that's more of the cohesive Aether as well, having your MJB support through A and then overwhelming that defense through that mid prong. Round that makes more sense. Cyclone a little bit on a solo effort. A lot of B aggression coming through here, but A is vulnerable and taken care of. Might be a good idea to call this like a 4-player save here and then step forward into the next round with essentially another force buy.
With the amount of investment that Lotus put into this round, I think that's the right call. And I think they feel the same way. So they'll themselves up to try and get an exit or two maybe through mid. And if they really want to go fight Aether, they can head into T-spawn. But I don't really think there's going to be that much appetite to find duels. MJB with his SMG. A rule of threes. Pulls up through mid, but nobody actually spots him, so he crosses the line of play without any problems. Bit of an odd type of round right there with 9 surviving, but
it's like a unicorn without the horn.
You see, is a unicorn without the horn more rare than a unicorn?
No, it's just a horse. We got plenty of those.
Let you stew on that one.
Is that not good as my set on Thursday night?
That was pretty good, but you got a lot of moving to do. You set on Thursday, you're killing it.
I was, yeah.
Zinger after zinger on that one.
Now, only the zings towards the A side right now, and it stings from MJB and his MAC-10. His force buy double down here. Not quite working for Lotus FE. But at least a kill in return, and you know, not that much direction just yet towards A here. Aether might walk into even more so. For better or for worse for her. Ends up being for better, extra 6 hundo, and why not a 1v5 here in the mix and P9 in hand, but limited by the Soul Goat rifle long range. Difficult to crack through continuously, and Aether stabilized in the end.
I do wonder why Soul Goat, our 13 HP King, is the one taking that fight against the MP9. But all good. Teammate on the side. Important to get the bomb down in that 1v5. I don't know why I've chosen violence, but here we are.
Hey, it's just because Soul Goat, he's so locked in.
He was. I mean, he got the kill. That's the thing. It's fine. That's why it's so unreasonable that I chose violence.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, fair enough, though. If he goes down, it does kind of get thrown into the air.
It's just a lot of extra money. Actually, she's about to get some money and some kills. Zazu's got the support before that smoke pops up. And pizza side. Eventually, Atomic will be patient enough to let that fade away. There's some damage done, but hey, that's a dink through smoke where Taki's actually got out of Palace side. He got that dink. Either way, bomb goes down, but there's a flank formulating. That nade might touch down. It does. So Cyclone removes Promise as well.
Not easy. Still stuck at the back of the site. You know that the walls are closing in on you, but 2 quick kills out of Atomic. Really shaking that round up quickly, but trades do come through, overwhelm the rest of that resistance. Great initial hold. A site that's not easy to hold at all either, from Gadfly and Zazu, that put it into a 5v3. You can see this huge delay obviously sets up that defense to get rotations on in. Even if it just means 1 extra player spamming the smoke and offering up some extra damage. It's always very valuable, so. Lotus FE gathering themselves a second round here.
The usual for Aether, who have kind of let MJB farm a little bit in these early aggressive duels towards A. Solgo's going to get up in the face of Gadfly, though, and these MP9s eventually not going to work out for Blade. That's something that she's been incredibly effective on, but I think that starting to find the end of that effectiveness. Get a re-smoke going.
JB trying to track in this positioning. I mean, obviously here's that smoke click. And feels it out. But they evacuate that A main side completely. That could prove to be costly. Instead, it's going to be straight towards E-Box with a swing coming through and a miss from Atomic. Doesn't cost him his life, but it does give over the information to the CT side. Gear up the rotates, closing in on E-Box here, but Zazu still locking it in on the backside. Another headshot out of Zazu. Atomic stuck in another 1v4, a familiar position for him. This time only a single kill offers up as Takis gathers the kill, and Lotus FE are right back on track at the hands of Zazu.
I mean, that's phenomenal from Zazu. Talking about being incredibly efficient as an individual, especially when there's a very difficult duel or couple of duels up ahead of you. That's where Zazu is shining. Has just a couple of bullets left in the chamber, too, while still going in for that 3rd kill. I think just an impressive amount of confidence. Now, this is also going to feel confident. Solgo is on the sort of hero rifle. Promise has one, too, but he could afford it, is the difference.
We're gonna see a dive into canals here. On the high wires, Blatt doesn't stick around too long though. Tough fight ahead. Atomic still fighting forward here, trying to break in through E-Box and coordinate B main and E-Box as a split, but Blatt now, instead of dropping into canals, can pull through a flank. Timing and rotations arriving. This B defense is well staffed. Bomb is going to be planted here. That flight stepping forward, lines up a little bit of damage onto the second, but gets the first. That's one of those rifles taken down, but still waiting on that flank to arrive onto the scene. Bless spots out a second. Promise will not allow for any further damage, and Takis is left into a situation which he might just elect to save. Backing on out. A lot of utility in the pocket, but not interested in losing that AWP, that heavy investment, so Aether, with those hero rifles, with that risky purchase, it pays off in the hands of Promise.
Yeah, I mean, he could afford the extra little bit of cash investment, so why not? Had a bunch of utility, too, on Solgoat to help him get in there. And Bleh, who I think has been incredibly impactful on those fast lurks, like getting up mid so consistently. I think just unlucky, honestly, not to get more out of that. Considering the timing, Promise just ultimately ends up in a good position just outside of her reach. Quick trade. Aether might be back least somewhat. They still got to defend against Taki's AWP. It's just been shown position, though. E-box.
Yeah, that's probably going to force Takis to reposition, especially losing that mid player. As an opper, when your kind of game plan is known when you're the hero op, and there's not a lot of firepower behind it, once you pop that shot off, you want to shift around pretty quickly. Some information gathered towards B as the aggression continues. Very loud about this from Gadfly and read in upon. Oh, Aether just filled that void that was left initially and taken by Gadfly with 4 players. But that op hasn't repositioned, still on the B side proper. And even, hey, just stack it. What do you have to lose in a 5v3 eco situation? This could quickly turn sour for the side of Aether, but that op shot rattles off. Looks for the repeat there and punished. That likelihood was your key avenue back into this round as they do take charge into that bomb site.
Atomic continuing to be a critical piece, though, of the Aether victories in this series. He dropping 25 on map 1. A lot more impact with the AWP. Sort of a rifling effort, honestly, from him on Ancient. Here's that exact same scenario you've been talking about that we've been seeing more and more of. The half buy, but with the SMGs.
A lot of those SMGs getting sideswiped here on the aggression. And with how deadly the MP9s are and the 5.7s and all of those, you know, weapons, it feels like you can just very easily win rounds like this. But good patience from Aether to punish the CT side aggression that was super active.
Also like that CT side aggression. You know, on the one hand, maybe would have liked to see that held for a gun round, but at the same time, when you got like 3 SMGs, that's certainly one way to get up in their face and throw a bit of a surprise into something that maybe wouldn't have been such an easy round to begin with. You're setting back, resting on your laurels. Lotus with some good thoughts in what to do on a round like that. But it's back to business as usual here for Aether. I've said this a couple of times, but really put a lot of importance on getting MJB set up to take the space, particularly when they've gotten it so easily all map long.
Smoke fades away, but wow, what great coverage offered up. Thought initially that Cyclone was going to be left high and dry, but pushing past that smoke, bleh, offers up a little bit of extra support. Now, there is a bit of a timing, a massive one just connected by Promise. And this is almost certainly going to shift up the offense and where they're heading, as Takis, with knife out, doesn't realize what's happening here. That there's some pressure being put through the temple side, long-range tool from the AUG, or rather the SG, and AWP that finds the kill eventually. Promise will fight forward from that temple position, and that complicates the matter big time. Mid cutoff point taking place, bomb planted, Cyclone left to likely save.
Yeah, she's just got to get out of there. Nothing to be done, unfortunately. Her team's already kind of lost this round. She's just got to do job number 1, which is this gun into the next round, but Promise is on the hunt. He's such an impactful part of this round. Victory for Aether already. He's looking to play denial. Now with his information, they can close in. They don't want her to hold on to this rifle, and they won't allow that. But Promise, so much space allowed in mid. And he just keeps on going. You see how unaware Lotus were of that, even that possibility when Takis is caught knife out, trying to rotate back to mid to pick up the perceived gap that's already been slipped by Promise.
Last gun round here. This smoke obviously providing coverage thrown by that T side to try and pop through with these flashes. Exactly as seen right here. And Denz chase down Gadfly. All these kills coming through in unison, perfectly reading into this defense. And an explosive execution on this B site collapses the CTs here. Stalky's left in a familiar situation. Tough position to fight through. Those MP9s survive for a little while longer. Eating an HE, but another quick headshot onto Solgo. Doing some damage on the way out of this round. But Aether's still confirm and enter into the second half with 9.
Yeah, and a much more normal Anubis T-half than what we have been served up, at least you and I here on CCT North America. I think Aether doing a lot of the basics that honestly I come to expect from this team, from Solgoat especially. Doing a lot of those basics really right on that half. Their consistency with regard to map control, how well we were seeing them do in these late round decisions, playing grouped, playing effectively together. Those little things starting to add up, I think, for Aether. Lotus are running the same pistol that Aether did.
If it's not broke, don't fix it. Does that still count?
Got a 50-50 win rate today.
Yeah, that's true. Well, it seems like Aether have fixed it. We'll see if they can continue to close it out here. They know how to play up against it if they've used it effectively. And look at this MJB with the dual Berettas. 4 guns versus the measly 5 of the side of Lotus FE. And those quaddies will shut them down.
Where's that come from? You used that a couple times the last few days.
I heard it from Mike, or Darth Mike.
Okay. Yeah. I knew who you were talking about.
And I yoinked them immediately.
Yeah, that's fair. Let's see. Some people call it stealing. I call it just taking what's good.
Building upon your foundation.
Yeah. No, it's a form of flattery, some would say. Especially if you credit, you know?
Oh, yeah.
Credit. Both to Aether and to Darth Mike on that one.
Of course.
You know, a little twofer. Don't know how MJB survived, I think also should be said. Got away with a lot of leniency there.
They're scared of the dualies. I mean, it makes sense.
It's terrifying, especially in that location specifically.
You hear those guns rattling off and you just start shaking. At least I think I play a lot more hesitant whenever I hear the dual Berettas and I know I have to swing into them to try and trade. It's like, do I want to do that? The answer's usually no, but I'll still try it and die.
Yeah. Listen, not sponsored, but every time I play a game, you know, Leadify pops into my DMs and is like, hey, you did this. The most common one I get is,
Your deaths are traded?
You tried to trade every time.
Trade attempts. You got really high traded attempt percentages?
I do. Which, you know, I take as a W. I'm a good teammate. That's what I see.
You give it a really good effort. That's what they're saying. And shout out to Leadify for at least giving you a little bit of love. But Tins, that was a crazy strike connected through that smoke. That helps out in ensuring that there is a trade attempt, but no trade connected.
Yeah, see, it's a lot like that sometimes for me. And in that way, I just see that as I did my job, but I failed at the second half of it, you know? I went in, but I did the... What would this be? Like, the presentation for the big boss? Yeah, I did it. I just did a bad job. Goodness, they're zooming. They're in there.
All that aggression right there. In and out like a ghost. MJB stepping forward for a quick opening. Atomic still has all the space. I want to say automatic so much when I see him. It's so hard.
cooked. NRG doesn't even
I
have
know.
automatic anymore. It's over for you.
Imagine if they were on the same team. It'd be over for even more.
Yeah, it would be.
Get automatic playing with Atomic ASAP here, but Gadfly automatic from the top ropes right there. Knocks down Atomic, and Promise makes the MP9 work. Also slides through the doors. Kind of throwing the aim off for a little bit. A lot of damage considering the low HP on the fadeaway, but still entering into a 3v3 now.
I mean, the issue is that look at Solgo. He's got so much space, so much confirmation that this just isn't A. So as much as there's an open gap at mid that MJB is currently respecting, there is quick availability to provide support, and Dens isn't even playing very committed to this site. He can very easily just let Solgo cook on this flank. He's already called him in. Return. Dens should just let this happen. Molotov to play delay. 18 seconds. Actually, time might be a factor.
10 seconds. It's almost certainly going to apply some pressure here, but still being able to lock in a comfortable bomb plant at the very least. And this flank being covered. Zazu adjusting, taking care of Solgo. They bought so much time for that flank to activate, but in a distraction effort, MJB and Din's collapse. For the split second that Zazu was occupied on covering that flank, the other two charge forward, take care of those low HP bars. And Aether have grabbed themselves now series point. And MJB, he might apologize, but I think that was on purpose.
Yeah, I don't think he's sorry, personally. Yeah, I'm on the outside here. I'm reading in, but yeah, I feel like Solgo, honestly, complicated matters. I mean, we had the ease of seeing that nobody was E-blocked, but like goes for the full long flank. Maybe it makes things a little bit more dicey on the timings, but he said he provides the distraction. Dins and MJB take advantage. That's a big pickup out of Dins. Gadfly loses out, and she's gone. That's pretty much all of Canal Control gone. Cyclone is still around towards A, but there's a lot less that she can do. She has to be a lot more passive here. And Lotus, who had intended to try for a more quick B hit, the pressure that they were applying to B, very great at the beginning of this round, is now transitioned to a creep up mid.
Ooh, a chance there. One shot rattled off. I don't know if that smoke was intended for camera or if it meant to bounce off that wall, but they're gonna have to go through that smoke. A little off-angle action from Promise. A labored spray ends up connecting onto a single kill. MJB with his head on a swivel turns up to a quick kill and puts Talkies into another clutch here, 1v3. And with that bomb plant being delayed, Soulgoat reads into it. Their distraction effort there, Atomic, will come through to close off the job there. And Aether show force here in map 2.
Yeah, I mean, a victory, a 2-0, and I think ultimately an incredibly solid Anubis. Aether putting together some of the pieces that I think were lacking, actually, on map number 1. You know, we talked about kind of Aether a bit warming up into this map, or into Ancient specifically. And I think in retrospect, definitely warming up into the second half and into the series. The way they played on Anubis looked a lot better. Those little fundamental pieces that were at times kind of missing in a way that we weren't exactly expecting. They came together beautifully on Anubis, and you got some of those individual moments too across the board. Both, I mean, Atomic continuing. We saw some big moments from Promise and from MJB as well. A team effort for Aether. Yeah,
exactly that. I mean, it just felt like there was a lot more cohesion compared to what they were able to show on Ancient, which is a surprise. But even when you talk about like a comfortable IGL or comfortable leader on the map of Ancient, obviously you don't know if that necessarily translates into the full roster behind Soulgoat, right? So questions around that, obviously. Is this direction here, the way that they were able to work this T side and then combine on the defense just looked very impressive. I was, you know, surprised with how they were able to build in a lot of strength on this T side so far, and I hope that carries forward. into the future. Obviously, again, they looked a little bit rough over the series versus getting info, but expectations are that this team can continue to do damage. They want to stay in the Swiss stage for as long as possible, if not make playoffs. And then talking about getting more experience building as a team here, that's pretty fresh.
Yeah, I mean, it's an Aether team that I think has had a couple of 0-3 exits actually here recently. In the last couple of CCT events that they've had the privilege to attend. So this is already like an adjustment from that I think is going to be a huge boon. Good move in the right direction. And an unfortunate fall there for Lotus FE to the 0-2 position, which they'll join Kraken. And to be fair, like there's some very good teams. We already kind of talked about Kraken going into that position that they've just joined, and they'll have a couple of more teams joining them over the next couple of days as we continue this second round of Swiss. But yeah, that is it for today. Those are the matches set in stone. Here's what we got continuing for this Swiss round 2. A classic question for you, Cole. Any specific matchups that you find spicy or interesting? I got one I got my eyes on.
I got maybe a couple here. I want to look at that Akimbo and Might game. I think I'm casting that on Monday. But also In Control versus Revel for me is going to be a bit of an interesting one, just because I think my main team is supposed to play Revel at some point soon. So maybe I'll get to cast them and get some good reads onto what they do.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, listen, Revel in main currently. If you're in main, eventually you'll play Jackro. So that'll happen.
Is that a law? Laws of main?
Might be a law. Listen, I love Jackro. It's all in good fun.
And main's a good league, so I don't.
It is true. Yeah,
really. I mean,
I've never been to main, so that kind of tells you where I'm at. Yeah, you kind of stole mine. I agree about that Akimbo one, but that Ultra Iron game as well, I think potentially very interesting on the upper side, those higher matches. So lots in the next couple of days, whether it's the high matches, the low matches, regardless, we got a lot offering up for you guys. Unfortunately, though, that is the end of our night here tonight. We'll be kicking this one over to a longer break, where we'll see you tomorrow, and we will see you then.
you.